Hello.
Hello.
Woo. Yippee. Oh my goodness. Part two, part two, part two. Oh, yes. I know
Yeah.
y'all are so very, very incredibly excited for this. Um, and that there's like absolutely no way that um, y'all aren't dreading this. This lovely, lovely part two video.
Yeah, because like part one, I bailed on, right?
Yes, yeah. No, part one actually, yeah, that Steven had to tag team in. Like, no, I must go
Yeah.
watch the Star Wars Hollywood special, a
It,
Hollywood holiday special. That is
yes.
far
Which
better, which I guess it is. I
uh,
haven't seen it
I, I
personally.
I fell asleep watching it.
Oh my goodness. I don't know. What is that? Is that some kind of ism that we don't know about yet? Is that like
Tiredism.
holidayism because it's like Life Day or something? I've heard things. I've heard things about the Hollywood. The Hollywood. I keep wanting to say Hollywood holiday special for Star Wars. I've heard lots of things. None of them good. Not a single one of them good. But I've heard many things.
Oh hey, Eris just went live.
Yeah. Oh,
I
oh,
just
did
got
my
I just got the notification.
oh nice. Did anyone get a notification? I have the feeling that YouTube said no. No, you keep doing these long streams and like they're these videos are awful. We're not gonna encourage this behavior. We're not gonna encourage it. I just have this feeling. Now I can't of course tell if I go live because like I can't nor would I want to subscribe to my own channel because that's weird. I don't know. People do that, but I'm not doing that. Oh my goodness! Did you? That's you know what? That's a sexism and that's a speciesism. That you are taking gaming and you're making it more important than this stream.
And what is more important than an apple and a fox?
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing more important. I tell you what.
Exactly.
On the hierarchy scale, we were at the top.
Right.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing is more important. So you're gonna have to live with that, Mark. You're gonna have to live with the isms that you are now a part of.
You know what? I'm so past the point of caring that Mark is beneath my re.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Oh, we have a milestone here, folks. Like Mark is beneath the ring of the fox. Oh my goodness. But the real question is he beneath Brie Larson's ring? Yeah, I know.
I don't know. That is an interesting question. It was something Nerderotic actually pointed out recently. What has she really done that's been like horribly offensive in the last few like since Captain Marvel came out, she's been pretty quiet.
Yeah, I would be too if like, allegedly, of course, Disney bought a bunch of tickets in order to prop my movie up and then nothing happened from it. And they're still kind of like, maybe Captain Marvel 2, maybe it'll come out in the next 5 years. We don't know. Perhaps, maybe. We don't know. We don't know what we're doing. I still haven't watched WandaVision yet. I want to watch that.
Yeah, I kind of want to check it out too.
Yeah, it looks good. I've heard good things. Obviously, like from Loki stream on Friday, I heard good things from that. And all the trailers that I watched were very interesting. Like it looked very interesting. I have seen some people say that it's boring, but I would like to check it out. It looks good enough.
Yes.
It's new and it looks good enough that it has piqued my interest. Like just because someone says something about Star Trek Discovery, that doesn't mean I'm going to watch it because I've seen enough of it that I don't ever want to watch it again. But WandaVision is something new.
Right.
I don't know if it's good. And so very intrigued. It gives me, I don't know if anybody watched I don't know if anybody watches the Sci-Fi Channel anymore, but they had a show.
Oh, you mean Sci-Fi?
Yes, Sci-Fi. Yes, the Sci-Fi Channel. They had a show called Channel Zero, and it was creepypastas that they would take, like popular creepypastas that they would take, and they would make shows about. And there was maybe 4 seasons of it. I think I only watched 3 seasons. I don't know if it's still on, but it gives me those vibes. Like, it gives me horror movie vibes. Just because it's like the overly happiness, like the over the top happiness and cheerfulness, combined with the glitching, kind of makes me think. It kind of reminds me of like a horror movie setup. And so that's always, having superheroes involved in some kind of horror setting is always piquing my interest. So the definite what the fuck undercurrent. Yeah, no, I got that vibe from the trailers.
Yeah.
It's like, why are these human beings glitching? Why are they in different decades of dress? Like, what is happening? How is Vision even here? Like, why? How is Scarlet Witch doing? Like, I thought she was alive and fine. Like, when does this take place? All these questions. And so I've been trying to keep away from spoilers as best I can. But
yeah, I've also been avoiding spoilers, but just based off my comic book knowledge, I'm thinking it's something to do with her reality warping powers.
Yeah, she does have reality, and that's something people forget. I do know the very famous line, "No more mutants." I'm familiar with that. I'm not super overly familiar with comic books. I do know some key moments in comic book history. That's one of them.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some inspiration from House of M.
Yeah, and that would be cool because I've heard, from what I've heard, now I haven't personally read it, but from what I've heard, that is one of the best storylines that they came up with. More fascinating because Scarlet Witch, you kind of underestimate for the most part until she and the audience actually kind of starts to realize the full extent of her powers. It's like, oh, she's pretty kick-ass, and then it's like,
no, she's very powerful.
Literally warp reality,
yep.
Like manipulate it and change it. That's insane. That's really insane, and I don't know what they're gonna do with it. I really don't. But yeah, enough talk about good things. We don't need to talk about good things.
Or what we speculate might be a good thing, since neither of us have actually seen WandaVision yet.
Yeah, well, it's a good enough that it's piqued my interest. I'll put it that way. Good enough. There are things that I'll see trailers for, and I'll see things about, and I'm just kind of like, nah. Like, I don't have any interest in watching Falcon and Winter Soldier, just because, like, I never really got into the Captain America characters nearly as much as I did some of the other characters. I didn't really, and I got really angry how Captain America's treated in Endgame. So,
yeah,
I don't really want to support the show that is the result of that ending, But yeah.
Look, he's been my best friend since the 1940s, and I've stood by him for thick and thin. I'm gonna give my shield to some guy I met a couple of like last year.
That doesn't even work with his superhero outfit. Get the shield with feathers, I say, quotation mark, his wings.
Mm-hmm.
How is a shield gonna help? Tell me the function of the shield with the wings, okay? Have you ever seen a bird with a shield? Can you imagine that? All right, that's a stupid question. All right, yeah, imagine a bird with a shield. Or like any kind of winged creature or a winged superhero that has wings on their arms, and then put a shield on it. How is that shield happening? It makes total sense for Bucky, someone who's on the ground with that goes kind of. He's kind of like the how do I put this? He's like the pit bull of the group, right? Where he's on the ground, like ready to fight. Where Falcon is more air support. And to be fair, you can do some really awesome combos with both of them. But the dude on the ground most likely is going to need the shield more. You can do and you can toss it back and forth, right? But still, he needs some wings. He needs his arms free of anything. If you wanted to put some kind of cool shit on his legs, that would be fine, or something he can manipulate with like on his hands. But you can't be up in the air with his wings out, right? And then just like what? Like dab? Like do a dab move to like block it? Well, actually, technically, the video we're covering, even though it's part 2 of Star Trek 2009 is a masterpiece. The actual name of the video is Star Trek 2009 Star Trek. But because like it's, I hate it when people do that. Let's make a part 2 video and not name it the same thing. But it's I didn't want to change like the name because it's kind of like a group together, because she ended the stream with maybe find out next time on whatever. I forget.
Yes, I did watch the end of the stream after I left, and
I almost killed Chat Steven.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's like the point she was making about like her saying that the Discovery style uniforms looked better than the 09 version of the TOS uniforms was just what?
I disagree.
How can anyone think that? They look terrible.
Uniforms, leaps and bounds above Discovery's uniforms.
Yes,
At least they even had the correct color coordination. Because like people forget, Discovery's supposed to take place 2 years before.
It's closer to 10.
Right? 10? 2? Close
10.
enough. Close enough that Starfleet wouldn't, because TNG, it makes sense for them to have changed their uniforms because it's several years in the future. Like lots of years. And so there's probably a new era of uniforms. That makes sense. Whereas like 10 years before, they're not changing all of their uniforms.
And we've seen like flashbacks of when Picard was like a cadet and he had like the TOS movie style uniform on. That red suit with like the clip on the insignia.
Oh yeah, and there is that transition period too. Like you can see it, and then Enterprise comes before, right? Enterprise comes before Discovery. Yes, so Discovery is in between
by about 70 years, I believe.
Okay, really 70?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay.
Enterprise is roughly. Actually, no, it's a little further because Enterprise takes place about 100 years before TOS.
Really? I mean, I haven't seen it, to be fair, so I mean, my lack of knowledge, that's the reason for it. I just thought, 80 years before. So there's enough room for Enterprise to have different uniforms than TOS, and then you see the transition period in the movies of TOS to then the TNG uniforms. There is kind of like, it makes sense actually from a military perspective to not color coordinate your command line. Command yellow. Like, hey, all of our important people, command line officers, they're all yellow. Just FYI.
Target anyone with the yellow and their command structure is gone.
Oh, if you need to take out a science person, they're in blue. And all the tactical security people are in red. So there's your, it's like, it makes sense to unify, and it also makes sense to unify as like a mentality from like a military point of view. That all of that makes sense to me. But what doesn't make sense is for there to be like a unifying kind of system of colors, and then there to not be a unifying system of colors, and then there to be a unifying system of colors. It's just like they can't make up their mind about what they're doing. It's not consistent, and I haven't even watched the shows, and I can see this. So it's EMT ends with the foundation of the Federation. Really? That's interesting. Okay. I do need to go.
Kind of.
I do need to. Well, I've heard that the end of EMT was pretty awful.
The final episode of Enterprise is one of the worst episodes Star Trek's ever done.
Oof.
Because technically, it does not end with the Enterprise crew helping the foundation of the Federation. It's the Riker watching a holodeck program of the Enterprise crew doing the foundation of the Federation. It's not none of the Enterprise characters actually appear in the final episode of Enterprise. It's Riker on the holodeck. Yes.
I don't need to actually I don't need that. I don't need them to actually show characters from the show I'm watching, and their series finale. I don't need that.
Oh yeah. From what I've heard, the cast was not happy with the series finale at all.
Oh, there we go. The only way that would probably have the shield attached to his chest. Yeah, but the whole point of flying, you're gonna have to be light, and you're gonna want to be aerodynamic, and because you're gonna be the way you're kind of emulating like a bird, right? So if you have something heavy weighing on the chest of the person flying, the balance is all thrown off, because he said that he qualified for the program when you first get introduced to Falcon. Yes, I went back to MCU. When he said he qualified for the program, the special program, right?
But
it's
the Falcon suit has like a jetpack on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, and so it is this high grade military,
right?
And so that military suit, he has trained. He has used it. It's been created without the thought of a giant. What is it? The shield is it adamantium, or is it the other one?
No, it's adamantium.
Vibranium. Okay. So his a giant, which isn't going to be light. Just FYI, this solid metal shield of this unbreakable metal is not going to be light. That's going to be weighing him down. And it would be easier just to put some kind of armor, lightweight armor on his chest than the shield. It just doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. They really didn't think that through. It's very frustrating. So, differentiating between ranks and specialties is a bad thing when in a combat situation, which is why the rank insignia is usually covered in modern combat gear. Yeah. You don't want to... If you get captured, you do not want people to know that, hey, here's 2 ensigns, a lieutenant, and a captain. You don't, because what are they gonna do?
Right.
Who's gonna be the person? And there's lots of manipulation tactics you can use in that situation. If you know that there is some kind of officer, doesn't even have to be a captain, some kind of officer, high-ranking officer involved in that. It's very frustrating. Thank you. Yes, exactly. I don't know why. I have a feeling why. I just don't want it to be true, because that's even more frustrating and very insulting to everybody involved. But all right, are you in the watch together?
I am.
Yay! As I have it all perfectly set up, so I don't have to deal with what happened last time, where I kept screwing it up. So I made sure to get the size perfect. There is a size does matter joke in there somewhere, but you know what? We're gonna.
Oh my!
Oh my goodness! We're gonna move on. I'm going to share audio because I am not an amateur. I always get that really that feeling oh no, did I share audio? Can anyone hear this? Oh, okay. I'm gonna share. And of course, it completely screwed that up. Great. Wonderful. Yay. It screwed up the sizing that I took forever to actually do properly. And I'm going to OCD myself into doing it even more properly. So, you're gonna do this. Yes, I am doing this, people. Hush. I don't need sass from my chat about me being OCD. There you go. Oh, Oh, you're not gonna let me pull it in anymore? Really? There. Oh. Okay.
All right then.
All right, we're fine. Everything's fine. We got it perfect. We did it. We did it. Oh, go team. So, yay.
Go sports ball.
Is Star Trek really Trek? Or is Star Trek 2009 really Trek? Which is a very interesting question by itself. What is your answer before we watch this video and see if they can change it?
'09 is closer in the spirit of Star Trek than like what has come after, but it still does not have the. It's lacking the soul of Star Trek, I think. Like it's too much. It's too actiony. It's too violent, and that's not to say that there weren't violent and action things that happened in the original Star Trek. There absolutely were, but it's missing the. I'm not even sure I know what word I'm looking for, but it's missing. I guess that spark that's Star Trek.
Yeah. Now, I do agree. It is. It as far as it being a successful reboot, like what it was going for, is it a successful reboot of Star Trek?
Mm-hmm.
Is it? Did it actually like get a different generation involved in this property that was starting to die out? Yes. Now, it had a price because of all the things we've gotten after that. But as far as it being Trek, it depends. Like, what are we talking about as far as like Trek? Like science fiction show that has kind of like it kind of, in my opinion, it is. Maybe that's because I've seen what happened afterwards, and I'm just like, well, I guess compared to that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's certainly Star Trek '09 is certainly better than anything that has come out since.
Yeah.
And then we're getting reports that apparently Picard might have a full frontal nude scene. Like,
that
why?
was a parody. That was a parody article.
Oh, it was?
I read it. Yeah, I saw the article and I read it, and I was just like, I was making sure. I was just like, oh please, for the love of God, and it's like, oh okay.
Because it's like, don't give them ideas.
I will agree with that. I think it is Star Trek, but it's not good Star Trek. I'll agree with that. I'll actually split that down the middle with you. Yeah, it's not the best Star Trek ever. It's not the worst Star Trek ever that has the name Star Trek in it, But
that'd be the next movie.
I'll say even Generations actually is worse Star Trek than 2009.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I would say Star Trek Generations is worse than 2009. I may have just made the most controversial statement ever, but
Star Trek Generations is better than Into Darkness.
That is true. I mean, not many things are worse than Into Darkness. Yeah, no, but so yes, I would go ahead and say yes. So I'm very interested, since we've kind of agreed that it is Trek, if based on kind of like our arguments and how we're kind of approaching this, it does have a fleeting spirit of Star Trek. There is enough there for it to, in my opinion, be considered Star Trek. The music helped a lot, I have to say. They would have gotten like almost any other composer. I don't think it would have been as good. The music is something and the cast, I think, really helps too. It's, like I said, it's not really amazing, really good, like Star Trek, but it is Trek. So, I'm assuming that she's going to be saying it is Star Trek. I'm interested to see what her arguments in this 17-minute video are going to be to convince to add on to us,
right?
And see if these are good arguments. So, what do you think actually that classifies Star Trek as Star Trek?
What do I think classifies something as Star Trek?
Yeah, besides the name, obviously.
There
is a spirit. There is a spirit inside of it that
there needs to be an optimistic view of the future, obviously, and then there also needs to be an excitement about exploring and seeing what's out there, seeing the unknown. And none of these movies dealt with that.
No, except I will say that Chris Pine's Kirk, that look he gives at the shipyard, right, of the as he's watching that ship being built.
On the ground in Iowa.
Yes, on the ground in Iowa, which very odd place to build a ship, but whatever. I don't know. I guess I don't know where you would build a ship like that.
Well, there you have the Utopia Planitia shipyards that are orbiting Mars. That's where ships get built.
Ah, yes, that. No,
which
it's
apparently
in Iowa.
Exploded in Picard. So thank you.
Don't you know that it's in Iowa? Damn it! Obviously,
next to the giant canyons.
Yes, that's where we want. If something goes terribly wrong, we want the cannon to be there to catch it. Yes, in orbit. I get it. I know. But also, like, you have to think of how a ship is built, too. So, I guess, how are you going to get that fucker out in the air? I don't know. I'm going to have to do research on that, because I don't even know how you would build a starship. Maybe it would be out in the air, out in space, but at the same time, it's like, but you don't build a ship you're going to, like, go out on the water with in the water. You build it on land, and then you scoot it in the water.
True, but
how are you getting
that lack of oxygen thing?
Yeah, but how are you getting that ship out of the atmosphere? Because that fucker's fucked when it leaves the atmosphere. When it gets, oh god, did we just figure out a new problem with Star Trek 2009? Oh no.
Well, I've always had a bit of an issue with, like, why is it being built on the ground? We've always seen ships get built in shipyards in space, in orbit.
I guess I've never thought about that before.
Because it makes more sense to build spaceships in space, especially when they don't have, like, landing gear. They're not designed to, land back on the planet. So, like, there's no reason to build them that way.
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of weird. I've never thought about that. Yeah, I know for a fact you build a ship, like a boat, you're going out in the water, and you build it on land, and you have, like, a ramp thing, and you scoot it into the water. I know that for the fact happens, because I, like, did a bunch of research on, like, the Titanic and other shit when I was younger. And it's kind of hard to do it in space too. Because, like, once oxygen is gone from, like, a vacuum, how are you going to get, I guess you're going to have to create something in order to put the oxygen back in there. Like, would you build, like, the enclosed beginning, like, portion, not the ecto portion, but, like, the interior portions first?
You'd probably build, like, the basic frame first.
Yeah, and then you would build, like, the rest of it out in space then, right? Kind of like a windmill. You kind of build this giant,
Well, and we've also seen, like, like, sections of the ship are built and then get installed also in the shipyard. So, like, the nacelles get, like, removed and put back in.
That's true. And Colin, that's also true. Yeah. You can build, you can build different things. You don't have to worry about things getting burned up in the atmosphere.
Right. Because, I mean, if you look at the design of the Enterprise, it's not aerodynamic at all. There's no way it can fly.
No, it's absolutely ridiculous.
That's why it's a spaceship.
Yeah, because, like, the way that it's like a, how do I put this? It's like a duck. The way that a duck kind of swims on water. It's kind of like the way it looks. Like, a duck doesn't fly like that, right?
Right.
There's an aerodynamic portion of that where you need to have it needs to be able to go up and over it relatively. Like you'll see how sometimes car commercials will show the aerodynamics of a car because all of us care about that. And the way that the waves of the air kind of roll over it is important. But when you're in space, there's really not that. There are elements in space that you have to deal with.
And that's what the deflector dish is for.
But that's why you have shields. That's why you have lots of other shit, right? You don't have to worry about space blowing air at you.
Oh, Producer Palpatine brings up a good point.
Which one?
Don't forget Into Darkness. It's also submersible, which brings in a whole new set of problems.
We all live on the Enterprise. Yeah, the Enterprise is a submarine too. I forgot about that.
Even though we'll just ignore the fact that spaceships are designed to be in zero pressure, and yet when you go underwater, you magnify the amount of pressure by a significant amount. So, like a spaceship should not be able to also be submersible. It's just logistically, I can't imagine how that would work.
Yeah, like it's already like getting a car becoming, the what is it, amphibious cars or whatever that you've seen in like James Bond sometimes.
Right.
That is more believable by far.
Way more
than a craft built for space with a vacuum. It's like the difference between jumping in air and jumping underwater. You have this whole new thing called water that has all of these new elements that you're throwing at this thing that isn't used to having any real big elements like that thrown at it. It slows it down. There's a whole different other field. So, and there's no reason at all for people to build a spacecraft for space that can also deal with water, because you have shuttlecrafts that get launched whenever you need to go somewhere, or you have these fun little things called teleportation transporters, where you can teleport to a planet and you don't have to worry about flying in on that. If your spaceship is in water, there's a lot of problems already. You have a lot more problems to work with. Density. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. It's been a minute since I've been in school. Okay. So, Supercon. I don't know. Let's see how many people get that one. That is a reference that I am unfamiliar with.
I'm not familiar with it either.
Supercar. Anyway, so like the longing. My original point was the longing look that he has, and the music kind of swelling up like that. That's kind of Star Trek-y. I don't know. It's this look of wonder and kind of just this optimistic look. Nero was an awful choice for a villain. I think that's pretty much that's a lot of people will agree with that for the most part. And
which is a shame, because the Romulans are actually my favorite bad guys in Star Trek.
Yeah, I've
always liked them.
I like the Romulans. They're just so crafty, and like they're just so underhanded and crafty, and then being a spin-off, kind of the cousin race or brother race, if you rather, of Vulcans, and knowing the history of the Vulcans and how those two groups split up, and then realizing, that emotional group that split up was the Romulans and how they've evolved. It's very interesting. It's I feel like 2009 Star Trek is Trek, personally. And what makes up Star Trek is like that bright optimism, a little bit too bright optimism, apparently, on the ship, because the lens flares are just, you need sunglasses to watch the movie.
Yeah.
It had enough in it that I can call it Star Trek, and I feel very confident in being able to say that it's better than Generations. And then, from what I've heard, Nemesis is atrocious.
Oh, Generations is worse than Nemesis.
Really? Wait, which one is it? That's like the worst one.
I think Insurrection's the worst of the Next
There's the
Generation.
Insurrection. I don't remember. There was one that's been.
Insurrection. Insurrection is also very much an action film, but it was so poorly organized that during the big climactic battle, you know, they're Picard and whatever the dude's name was, they're having a laser fight on this space thing. And you still have the blue backgrounds behind them because apparently, I guess they couldn't figure out how to key them to make it look like a spaceship, so they just left in like the blue backgrounds.
I'm sorry, are you telling me that they didn't know how to... Oh, what is that called? It's not green screening. You can have a blue background for your green screen. I know green screen's kind of a misnomer. But depending on what everyone's wearing and the lighting, you just need a color that contrasts enough with everything else that's going on that you can cut it out and put whatever you want in the back.
It's not that they I don't think they didn't know how to key it out properly. It was
key it out. That's right.
I think it was more they had a background like in mind, and then that background didn't work, or they ran out of money, so they just kept the backgrounds with like the blue screens behind them.
Okay, what he's fighting what?
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna pull up a picture.
Oh, but I just fixed this thing. Oh, is it like bright blue?
Yes.
Oh, that looks like that. You know what that reminds me of? Totally reminds me of if y'all know the Transformers movies with Michael Bay as a director. It was like the third one or the fourth one. It's where they were in China for like half the movie because they wanted that Chinese money. And if you pause on the movie and you look at these little screens that these military guys are looking at, there's green, like entire green, like monitors that they didn't edit out and put something in. It reminds me of that. It's so bad. Okay, hold on. Yeah, that thing. Yeah. That's the one I was looking at.
Yeah, it's like that's clearly supposed to have been keyed out, but it's not.
That's amazing. Yeah, it totally reminds me of that Michael Bay Transformers movie. Oh my god. Come on, we're gonna do that. And oh my goodness. Okay, so I was right. I had a feeling. I don't know, I just had this gut feeling. I know, just reached in my gut and pulled out this feeling. I just had a feeling that notifications didn't go out. I don't know. Like I don't know though.
I think Chris Persia should still know better.
How dare you? My
God.
Ooh, action. No. Hollywood women, Chinese money. I know. It's like it was hilarious, and I'm pretty sure if I remember right, the Chinese audience did not respond well to that. They were pretty insulted. They were like, "Really, right on the nose." Because it was a third. A third of the movie was in China. Yeah, it was.
So you want to talk about Mulan and how much that also failed over there?
Oh yes, and the lovely camps that they thanked the people in charge of for letting them film near there. Yeah, well done, Disney. Holy hell! All right, are y'all ready? Are y'all ready for this? We've done our due diligence as long streaming streamers. Is that what we call?
Sure.
Long streaming. We need to come up with something better. We stream for a very long time. There we go. We've done our due diligence, and we've talked about random shit for about 42 minutes. So, that's a good introduction. That we've done it. We have accomplished that. I should adjust. I suppose you relying on. Well, to be fair, relying on YouTube is like. Mahler would be proud. Oh yes, I'm sure. Yeah. Although I've seen them go for much longer than 42 minutes, and I have also seen people not even get to the video that they wanted to talk about because they started fighting with their guests. it just for 4 hours they didn't talk about the video or even start playing it. Anyway, all right. Here we go. Okay. Or we're going to just be stupid. No, we're not. We're going to behave ourselves. Okay, cool. Here we go.
Last time on Star Trek Jesse Gender. How dare you, J.J. Abrams? I will never forgive you.
Oh.
Kings. Olsen is good. Another film that might have come after this, but we're not going to talk about that.
Hi, thank you.
The destroyer of all franchises.
I just like that line. It's fun. Focusing.
Oh.
Okay.
One question that I set out to answer. Is this a good Star Trek movie? But what does that question even mean? And who gets to qualify what is and what isn't a Star Trek movie?
Fans
do. People who, yeah.
This is a movie that is hopefully something that, in a Roddenberryan way, redefined what it means to be a Trekkie. J.J. Abrams.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm sorry. J.J. Abrams has proven that he likes to talk a good game, but he can't deliver it. You can give as many platitudes as you want. If what you produce is clearly a betrayal of what you are saying, it doesn't mean anything.
Yay! Look at this, guys. I think we saw this on the last one too, and it's so funny. That's so funny.
Was it this quote? Because I remember there was an Alex Kurtzman quote.
Maybe it was. I don't remember. There's something so funny. Oh my goodness.
Again, there's nothing inherently wrong with this statement.
No, but I know what happens afterwards.
Exactly. That's the problem.
It's
like our fears as Star Trek fans ended up becoming a reality because you clearly don't know how to handle this property, JJ.
Actually, funnily enough, he's not wrong. He is not wrong in this quote, even with all we know. This is a movie that is hopefully, I like hopefully there, something that in a Roddenberryan way. So hopefully we have accomplished this, reflecting, the past, redefined what it means to be a Trekkie.
That's, yeah.
Ironic, right? It's like, hopefully we respect what came before and we redefine it all at the same time. Like, okay, that's a nice sentiment, but it's really fucked up looking back on what we know has become of Star Trek since the 2009.
Redefine what it means to be a Trekkie, which means
you did. Actually.
Let's redefine people who are nerds who love science fiction and replace it with people who cry with feelings in hallways crap.
Oh yeah, emotions in corridors and feelings in hallways. My two favorite things. Now I do occasionally like a soap opera, like a little bit of drama in my life. With not in my life personally, because fuck drama. But I like watching fictional people go through drama because I don't like going through drama. It's oh no, oh no, oh dear.
Oh. Neither JJ or I were ever into Star Trek. We just never got it. Chris, where did Alex Kurtzman say that? I would very much like to know where that quote came from.
Yes. You want to look for that? Go. I'm afraid if I change, if I do anything, like I'm gonna change the format of this, and I'm gonna be refixing it, or fixing it, not refixing it. What is English? I don't know. I don't know what English is. Let's see. I'm gonna hit play. Reload.
J. Abrams. A turning point, and I'd like to think that the turning points in the history of Trek have always, in a way, made Trek better as it's gone on. We owed it to everyone who came before us to kind of do this thing.
Oh no. Well, that's
I'm sorry, I was looking for that quote.
No, it's okay.
My Google failed me.
It's all right. It's okay. Just
right. It was definitely a turning point, and I'd like to think the turning points in the history of Trek have always, in a way, made Trek better as it's gone on. We owed it to everyone who came before us to kind of do this right. Well, you failed, Alex.
Oh no!
Wow.
Why has anyone talked about this quote? That's amazing. I'm just going on good faith that this is a real quote because it's amazing.
She strikes me as someone who's too much of a nitpicker to just make up quotes.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if this was from an interview of some kind somewhere.
No, it's hilarious though.
It's also sad.
It was. I have to laugh at it, or I'm just gonna be upset.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go on and just continue laughing because I don't even know. We owed it to everyone who came before us to kind of do this right.
So let's blow up all dilithium crystals except for an entire planet made out of dilithium crystals. What?
Mushroom drive. Oh yeah, sonar in space. Oh yeah.
Let's have the girl android not know that she's an android, but then have it be revealed that the android was sent out to investigate what was going on. So why wouldn't you have her programmed with the knowledge that she was an android? That doesn't make any damn sense.
What about the AI who didn't know it was an AI?
Yeah, there's that too.
Wanted to become an AI, but thought it was kind of an AI, but didn't realize it was an AI.
Or how about we need to get this information that's stored in the computer to get away from the thing. So we're going to go through a time portal that will send us 900 years into the future. And then it's going to be revealed, oh, we have an autopilot. We didn't actually need to do that. We could have just gotten off the ship and just sent the ship.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's that too.
Oh, yeah.
See, whereas with classic Star Trek, you have Let This Be Your Last Battlefield, which is a great story, but then also one of the best depictions of racism I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah, it was perfection.
Yep.
They are the exact same. Their colors are just switched on different sides of their faces.
Yep.
And their bodies. That's it. That's their only distinction that's different, and they hate each other just because of the different. That's perfect.
Yep.
And a great way to just show everyone how stupid it is to hate people on their race.
And both sides were not innocent. Like, you know, the side that was clearly being oppressed was also just as racist. That very few people do that, and it shows just how destructive it can be.
Yeah, no, it was perfect. It was absolutely perfect, and it's the script, and it's in like I wouldn't say ever that politics has never been in Star Trek.
Of course not.
Especially that it's just been really cleverly done.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just, and it was in a time period where that was something that was needed. That was actually like really needed back then. Really intelligently done commentary on issues. You know, and you could still do that today, but you would need intelligent commentary to then write into the show.
Yeah.
You know, just telling me that, you know, oh, this person bad is not like intelligent commentary.
Mm-hmm.
Like at all. So all right.
So last video, I discussed everything I think that makes Star Trek 2009 a good movie.
No, you didn't.
But there was still...
Okay, no. It's been over a month, and I can still tell you that no, you did not, because that was one of our main problems that we had with the video. Because I didn't mind the video nearly as much as I minded the other two videos that we covered so far. That video was way less awful and pretentious than the other ones. Actually genuinely made me laugh. You spent over half of the video giving me the history of Star Trek that I didn't need in knowing if 2009 was a masterpiece.
Well, and just to be fair, retrospective is also in the title. So doing like a brief history of what led up to Star Trek 09, well, I don't have a problem with that.
It's also two different videos, to be fair.
Yes. Like, yeah, you could have done just a video on the retrospective, like what led up to Star Trek 09, like, you know, the cancellation, the split rights issues, the you know, the fact that they're kind of recycled ideas that were like, you know, movie projects that were in development, and then they got shelved, and they kind of like, well, what if we actually did something with this idea? You know, all that's fine, but none of it goes over why it's a masterpiece.
Exactly. Yeah, no, it didn't. I don't even think we got told why it was a masterpiece. I can't even remember. Like, what was it that?
Yeah, I'm not remembering what she said on that. She talked about the great score. She talked about the, you know, a pretty good cast, but then she glossed over the story.
Yeah.
It's like, sorry, the story is by far the weakest part of Star Trek 09.
No, I'd agree with that. 100%. I think she left the answer. No, see, like I said, the title of this video is, as you could actually see on this watch together, is Star Trek 2009 Really Trek? She just said that she had answered that before. Hold on a second, let me rewind just a smidgen.
Last video, I discussed everything I think that makes Star...
Oh wait, hold on, let me just go.
Trek 2.
No.
Whiteboarder.
Stop it. What? No! No. Oh. Okay, we're gonna have to deal with the white bar, guys. That makes me mad. Boo.
Last video, I discussed everything I think that makes Star Trek 2009 a good movie, even a great movie. But there was...
Okay. Which is a step down from saying it's a masterpiece.
Yeah.
That's small.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It was all right.
This movie's a masterpiece, and then you actually go in the video. It's okay. Like, wait, those are different things.
I No, I didn't. No. Why do you hate me, thing? Why? It hates me. I don't know why.
It makes you wonder how Mahler does it.
Oh well, he uses like Discord and OBS, I think. Whereas
Oh.
using this is kind of like, yeah. You know what? We're gonna have to deal with the white bars, guys. Because no, I'm not. I can't deal with it.
Whoa! It just started snowing pretty heavily here.
Oh my goodness. No, I made it worse. Oh god. Oh, I'm making it worse.
Stop it!
No. Why do you hate me, thing? Why? Why? It hates me, and I don't know why.
I just watched a masterpiece, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Pod Racing Palpatine, that movie is a masterpiece.
Correct, yes. That's so is Raiders. Temple of Doom is and then
it has its moments.
Crystal Skull was fine until it was like lol aliens, and then we were just like, what? Oh, what? Hey, what?
Yeah.
We had like this Jesus thing going on for like, a little bit, and then you were just like, aliens.
Well, and that's actually.
I knew it.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Okay. Well, damn it.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
I forgot. Yeah, he's got the Welshman powers. But yeah, the whole alien thing that was actually like a rejected script for Indiana Jones 3, actually.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yep.
Also more oh no. Hold on. Oh no. I think we might have oh no.
You triggered Spike and Madness. Oh, Spike and Mischief.
What did I do?
You think you triggered him?
Oh no, I said it was okay, and then they get to like when I say okay, I don't mean it was like, oh, it was good. No, okay is like when you have a day at work where everything kinda just happened. And that's it. I'm telling you, it was bad. Shia LaBeouf was an awful casting choice, and then the alien thing ruins it. So like when you're first watching the movie, it was kind of like, and then you get to the alien and Shia LaBeouf, and it's just like you're expecting me
CGI forest fight.
with the giant ants, with that was a cool death scene, but still,
Yeah.
Don't be knocking Temple of Doom. I didn't knock it. I said it was meh. That is not a knock. That is a meh. Okay, well, you have to understand, it would have been a good movie if the stupid blonde chick wasn't there. If they would have had almost anyone else on this planet, I would have probably even taken Brie Larson over her. Because, oh god, the blonde chick in that, whatever her name was, annoying blonde chick, I guess. No, really bad.
Oh, what is her name? It's been a while since I've seen the indie films. I forget. I'm drawing a blank on her name. Is it
No, meaningless.
Willie Scott? Thank you. That's it.
Oh, yeah, Willie. Her name was Willie.
Yeah, she's no Marion.
Oh, no, you can't compare her.
Yeah, Marion is the best.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Ah.
My number one decided to send me something. I'm going to share it with all of you.
Ah.
So, Jon Stewart asked Abrams for his perspective on the differences between the two properties. He likened Star Wars to a Western or samurai movie, which is and suggested that it never felt like a sci-fi thing.
I mean, that's fair.
No, I'm just putting that in perspective, like with what we know now. Because when did this come out? Oh, Adobe Flash Player is blocked. Oh no. Oh, May 30th, 2013. Okay. All
Okay.
right. And Star Trek, on the other hand, it always felt too philosophical for me. Stewart apparently tuned out after that, which is always good for an interviewer to do. So I stopped listening to you when you said you didn't like Star Trek. I know what happened because your mouth kept moving after that, so I'm assuming you apologized. Oh, that's kind of funny. Elaborated that his Star Trek cover conversion, explaining why the series never clicked with him until he began working on the 2009 film reboot. I didn't fucking understand why people liked Star Trek until I got paid to make a Star Trek movie. And then I got it.
Now I care about this.
I know, I understand. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. Well, that was awful.
Okay.
That was kind of...
That explains a lot.
It explains a lot, but like...
It really does explain a lot.
Also makes it way funnier knowing that I was in 2013 when he just... Ha! I win. I got the white bar away. All right. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chris Persha, for saying that to me.
All right.
Anyway, kind of a bit. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna move on.
You didn't share audio.
Shit. I knew that was gonna happen. I knew. I called it beforehand.
Boomer
I
apple.
knew it was gonna happen. I knew it. I knew deep in my soul I was gonna do it.
And yet you did it anyway.
And I knew that. Oh, I don't want to share. I don't want to share StreamYard. No, don't do that. Okay, hold on. Okay. All right, guys. Okay. I rewound it. We'll be fine. We're good.
Are you sure?
No. What wasn't included was we'll make it 20% different so we can get all the money from the merch, which they didn't sell.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Let's continue with time with audio.
At the end of that video. Is Star Trek 2009 a good Star Trek movie? And that's an answer that everyone seems to have a different answer to, depending on who.
No. If that's a yes and no question, is it a Star Trek movie or is it not a Star Trek movie? There is only two answers to that. Yes, it is. No, it's not.
It's a yes or no. Now that is a subjective thing, absolutely, but it's
elaboration.
It's yes or no.
Yeah, the elaboration on that can be many different things. Don't subvert our expectation to the captain.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Wait, so is Chris saying that it is the expectations that you're going to screw it up?
Yeah, I launched myself. I launched myself out of the stream at least like once a stream because the way my mouse pad works is if I usually have like two fingers on the mouse pad and not mouse pad, the trackpad, and that's so I can scroll because I have a Apple computer, and when you scroll, you have to use two fingers to do it. So I've just gotten into the habit of having two fingers on there, and apparently there's a shortcut that I still haven't fixed, which if you have two fingers on the trackpad and you go to the left, you launch yourself out of whatever window you're in. And sometimes I get really spastic because like I fidget because I have like ADD and shit, and I'll launch myself out because I'll have the two fingers on there and I'll move it to the left real quick. So, yep. Professional. Total professional. Mm-hmm. Oh, you're just going to let me sit in awkward silence. Nice. Thank you. Thank you, co-host. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
What do I pay you for it?
Paid?
Oh, right. That's right. Anyway, moving on.
You ask. It's about being really reliant on canon or not reliant on canon enough.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait.
Oh, that's right. She brought up the renegade argument in her video.
I forgot that she was talking about that. She was arguing against canon being deported. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that happened.
These are big facts. Yeah. Sometimes I launch myself out of my own stream just for fun. Yeah, no, pure chaos here. Exactly. It's part of the brand. It's just something everyone comes to expect from me. It's me launching myself out of the stream. But I need to rehear this.
Movie. And that's an answer that everyone seems to have a different answer to, depending on who you ask. For some, it's about being really reliant on canon or not reliant on canon enough, or feels too fast or too slow. But I think one of the biggest points that I hear when I discuss this movie, even from people who like Star Trek 2009, is, yeah, it's a fun action-adventure film reminiscent of Star Wars, but it doesn't have those big philosophical ideas that Star Trek always tackles.
Is she really going to try to argue that there's philosophical ideas in this movie?
Okay. I would not call this a Star Wars movie.
No.
It's because, it doesn't feel like a Star Wars. You know what it does? It feels like a different thing, kind of, for the most part, that was inspired by Star Trek. So there's enough Star Trek in there, right? Like, kind of like the Orville, in a way. It's a different thing, but it's inspired by Star Trek. Now, not on the same pedestal as the Orville, like several steps down on the ladder.
I was about to say the
but
Orville
in a similar vein, except it is called Star Trek.
Yes.
And it's like the Orville is far more Star Trek than Star Trek 2009 is. But Star Trek 2009 is more Star Trek than anything really that comes after that. And also like Generations and a few other movies that even came before that. It's kind of, I would say, it is the bare minimum of Star Trek-ness. The absolute barest of bare minimums. So it is like the bare skeleton.
Yeah.
And then even then, it might be missing a few pieces depending on who you're talking to. Some people will outright say it's not Star Trek. I would say it is like bare minimum. It has enough optimism, enough kind of, the way that
it's
it is.
low fat Star Trek.
I would say low calorie, low fat. It's Star Trek Zero. That's what it is. It's Star Trek Zero.
Yes. That's a good term for it. Star Trek Zero.
That's what it is. It is like so it just reaches over that cusp, right? So it just passes the test. That's why I said it's not good Star Trek, but I would consider it Star Trek. And it is the last thing I would consider Star Trek after this. It is the last thing I have seen in the recent years of it being Star Trek. Yeah. That's it. This is the last thing. And then it died, right? So it's like it's like the last heartbeat in a person before they become zombie. It's like that moment. And everything after that is no longer a human being. It's a zombie, right? That's what I would call it. It's that last heartbeat of human being before they become a zombie. That's what Star Trek 2009 is. So yes, bare minimum, still technically a person, still technically Star Trek, but, no, it doesn't have, and I wouldn't call, by the way, hilariously amazing timing of Chris finding that article. I wouldn't call Star Trek in general a philosophical show. I would say it does occasionally have philosophical elements to it, but
I would maybe
I don't.
philosophical is not the right word, but definitely intelligent.
Yeah, it is an intellectual show, which is why I had a hard time catching on. Because a lot of the times people didn't want to watch a show. I mean, look at all the shit that we have on TV nowadays. Like, I don't have cable, mostly because of all the shit that we have on nowadays. But reality TV shows became like this absurdly popular thing in these drama shows because of the way that people don't really want to have to, in general, think really, really hard about what they're watching, because what people go to work, people go to school, people do all of this shit, and they're tired, and they get home, and when they want to watch some shit, most of the time they don't want to watch this highly intellectual thing. You know, it wasn't even that popular when it initially aired. It didn't have a big budget, and it got canceled after 3 seasons.
That's also NBC's way of calculating ratings was way off.
There we go. That's actually, thank you.
Yeah, cerebral's a good word too.
Exactly.
But NBC did not really understand how to calculate ratings. So the ratings for Star Trek were fairly low, but they were not accurate.
Yeah.
If they had used more modern ways of calculating ratings, just live ratings, day of ratings, since they didn't have internet broadcasts and everything like that, and streaming all that stuff. Star Trek's ratings would have been much higher, but they were just not accurate at all. So it shouldn't have been canceled, but it was. But then you get to The Next Generation, and that started 18 consecutive years of Star Trek on TV.
Yeah.
Star Trek has a smallish but dedicated fan base.
Yes. It's not for the normie. I'll put that out there right now. It is not, in my opinion, for like the normie. Does that
for
make
the
sense?
most part. Although Next Generation did get popular appeal.
Oh yeah, no, like TNG, yes, but TOS not so much at the beginning. And we also live in a different era. For the most part of Star Trek's lifespan, nerd culture was not a popular thing.
No.
It wasn't. No. And so now you've reached the age of nerd culture being mainstream, which is a very odd thing. And so now you have people and companies and corporations and all networked, all this stuff that are hiding this because, oh, look, it's nerd culture. And they start licking their lips because they want to bite out of it. All they see is, hey, this thing is popular. This is a nerdy thing. Let's get it. And then they're just wheel it out like crazy and not thinking about the burnout process, obviously, just thinking about we need to ride this wave of nerd culture being popular while it's still popular, because it's going to run out eventually. And they don't realize that they're going to be part of the reason why everyone starts burning out of nerd culture, because they're just throwing it in our faces 24/7.
Well, and I think it was Red Letter Media in one of their videos. I think they hit the nail on the head. It's like the jocks have taken over nerd culture.
Interesting. Oh, and this is also interesting.
Yes, that's also true.
Yeah, and that that makes total sense. That makes total sense. But it I don't even know what point was she making. Oh yeah, whether Star Trek was philosophical. I would say not. I think cerebral is actually a much better word. It's philosophical implies pretentiousness. It has some philosophical elements to it.
Sure.
Some very smart the smart ways that they wrote it. It was very good. And it's definitely a product of that time period that still has modern day appeal, if that makes sense. Because the messages and the way that things came across still to this day are things that people can relate to. Modern day things, particularly modern day Trek, want to tackle issues not in a clever way, but in an overt, in your face way. And
well, I don't think that's quite right. I think they think they're being clever with it, and they don't realize how blunt it is.
oh yeah, no, they think that they have a scalpel when they have a club. Right?
Yes.
They think they have this really precise instrument. They're like, oh, we're very good. No, and they just have a giant club. That's all that they got, and it's not. It's just not. How do I put this? I guess the easiest way is what I've already said. It's not as intellectually done. It's not as smartly written, which kind of also opens up a whole new can of worms when you want to talk about, which I'm not going to get into, but it opens up a whole new can of worms as far as like the hiring processes go in Hollywood at the moment is not based on merit. And so because you're not doing something based on merit, you're not going to get the best of the best of the best.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you're not gonna get as intellectually, not intellectually, as you're not gonna get writers that are driven to write creative and smartly written ways that the past writers did, because of the metrics that they are being hired on, which is sad. You're kind of destroying your industry by not hiring based on merit,
Right.
which should be the minimum that you hire on, because you want the best. They're not worried about that at the moment. And because of that, it reflects on every aspect of a show being created. Top down, everything it affects, because you're not getting the best. And so because of that, you're not going to get the best product you can have. So I guess I did go into that a little bit, but anyway. Thought-provoking in the way that good sci-fi... Yeah, exactly, thought-provoking. I was trying to look for another word besides smart and intellectual and cerebral, and I couldn't figure one out. So I'm going to just open up a synonym tab. Yes, that was a joke. Never mind. People,
Solid.
your lack of humor. How dare you? My God. It's a sexism by not laughing at me. Don't you know that? Don't you people know that?
I chuckled.
Yeah. Yeah, sure you did. Sure.
I gave you the minimum amount of laughter as per my contract.
So you just exhaled somewhat quickly out of your nose. There you go. We're not the vanity best, we get mad. Exactly. Yeah, that's the problem.
Exactly. Yep.
And so yeah, you're not going to get the best. And there's really nothing you can do until the people at the top realize how much money they're losing out on by not hiring the best. That's kind of what you have to wait for, because you can talk about it, but you kind of have to wait a while, because it took a while to get here to this point. So you're going to have to wait a while for it to fix. I don't see this thing over in 2 years. I don't see this thing over in 4 years, because you've got to cleanse it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta redo everything from the top down. And you gotta have those people from the very top realize that they're wrong. And let me tell you something. People at the top very, very, very much don't want to admit that they're wrong. They just don't. So anyway, we're gonna yeah, thanks chat. You're great. You're wonderful. Thank you, chat. All right, let's do this.
It's a pew pew movie, and it's not saying anything beyond that. Now, sure, this film is
Oh, it's a pew pew movie. Did you know it was a pew pew movie?
I
didn't
think
know.
I think that's a fair description of Star Trek 09. It is the one of the most of the if you include the prior 10 Star Trek films, it does have the most action, and most of it is just pew pew pew.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it has any great psychological or philosophical substance, you know. I wouldn't say that there's like a huge message behind it. I can't tell you what the message is behind it. At all, you know. Well, if they were trying to make like a bigger thing, but sometimes there are movies that don't want to do that. And this movie strikes me as one of those movies that didn't even set out to do that. So I don't know if we're basing it on Star Trek, right? I wouldn't say that Star Trek, you have to have philosophical, giant, overarching themes in every episode in order for it to be Star Trek.
No, I
So
mean you could argue like Star Trek, Wrath of Khan, for example. It is a character study, but it also deals with themes of like aging and being past one's prime and loss. But then Star Trek Search for Spock is very much we need to save Spock. You know, it's not anywhere near as deep philosophically.
Oh, no. I'd even say 4 has more philosophical kind of things.
Yeah.
4 is really, it's a bit more in your face. It's just like, hey, nature matters. By the way, don't be assholes. That's pretty much the theme of 4. Like, but don't be dicks. Don't do shit that, you know, whaling bad, which I think everyone pretty much kind of agrees on that for the most part, except for Japan. Japan doesn't care. You know, it really doesn't care about a lot of things. So, you know.
But then, and then also Star Trek 6 was a wonderful look at the end of the Cold War and how both sides are dealing with the fact that they're no longer enemies.
Oh shit, you're right. I didn't even think about it like that. That's pretty clever. All right.
It came out the same year the Berlin Wall fell.
Oh, I was a bit late to that party.
Yeah, it was very
okay.
Yeah, the Soviet Union was falling, and lines are now open to Russia, and you've had an entire generation that's dealt with we've been enemies that whole time.
Oh, yeah.
Now what?
Yeah, no, my parents have told me about how when they had bomb drills in school. You know, it's such a weird thing because I was born in 95 and the Soviet Union fell apart in 91. So I didn't deal with any of that. You know, I really didn't deal with that. Now, obviously, a few other things have happened in my lifetime that have been really big things that have happened in human history. I will not. Yeah, I think we all know which ones I'm talking about. But it's I don't know if I can judge a movie on something it didn't even try to accomplish. You know, like I don't know. Like if it wouldn't strive to be philosophical, and it doesn't, and Star Trek doesn't always strive to do that, that doesn't mean it's not Star Trek. I don't think that's an argument you can make, because it's if we're judging on what is Star Trek, and not all Star Trek things that people widely consider to be Star Trek is all philosophical, then that is not a measurement you can use to judge whether something is Star Trek.
Right.
So I don't even think this matters, whether or not it's philosophical. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think there's any philosophical or deep message in Spock's brain. I don't think there's any deep meaning in that episode.
I forgot about that episode. I like the idea of Leonard Nimoy having to keep a straight face during that whole fucking episode. Like all that filming, he had to keep a straight face.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. I
All
mean,
right.
even the actors have been like, have freely admitted they knew while filming this is
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah, it's bad. See, my favorite episode is Trouble with Tribbles. I love that episode. And I know Roddenberry actually hated it, but I love that episode.
It's a fun episode. My favorite TOS episode's Balance of Terror.
Interesting. Usually, when I ask people what their favorite episode is, they oh wow, I just forgot the episode name. It's the one with the oh god, I'm about to get my Star Trek card taken away from me. City on the Edge of Forever. Is that the name of the episode?
The one where they go back in time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
People really, yeah. That's a classic favorite.
Yep.
Let This Be Your Last Battlefield's another one that people really like.
I also really like Devil in the Dark with the rock lava monster.
I love the rock lava monster,
which looks like a pizza.
I love her so much, and I love that Pizza the Hut. I think was inspired by that. Because I watched Spaceballs before I watched Star Trek, so like that was very strange. Kind of just like, what is that? Wait. When a parody movie is more intelligently written than a not parody thing, you have a problem. I'm just saying.
Look at the Orville.
Yeah, just saying. But anyway, moving on.
Big philosophical ideas that Star Trek always tackles.
No. No, always is not the correct word there. Sometimes.
No, there's plenty of episodes that don't deal with anything that's philosophical. They're just character studies. You know, an episode where you get to know Dr. McCoy a little bit better. You get to know Odo a little bit better. You get to know Cisco a little bit better.
What's the philosophical thing of Spock going through Ponfar? What's the philosophical episode of Naked Time? Like what is
the philosophical message in Amok Time is blue balls bad. I think that's what it means.
Yes. It's just, Vulcans have very late puberty. It's very late and it's sporadic. So it's not all at once. It's just like spread out for the rest of their lives. Also, do not give soup to a Vulcan who has blue balls. We have also learned that. He will throw it at you.
Yes.
Yes. You know what?
Yeah. Galaxy Quest is a damn good movie.
I haven't seen it. I've seen portions of it, but I haven't actually sat down and watched through it, which now is a requirement. I know my chat is about to tell me you have to do that.
All right.
Yeah, I know.
Well, if we're becoming, EFAP Junior, then we should do a watch together for that.
Oh my goodness. Yes, we should. All right.
Pew Pew movie, and it's not saying anything beyond that. Now, sure, this film is definitely much more action-adventure oriented than we'd seen in previous Star Trek, but it's not Star Trek films haven't been action-adventure before.
Wait, yes, I agree. Huh? I agree.
Yeah,
I would say Wrath of Khan has a lot of action in it. This is me, though.
Yeah, but that was also action basically between two ships.
Yes. It's action.
Or she's showing a clip from First Contact, which opened up with the Federation.
I don't even know First Contact.
It's a Borg time travel movie.
Oh.
Borg launch another invasion of Earth, and the Federation have a whole fleet right outside of Earth, and this is the whole opening action sequence. It's very good. It's very exciting, but it also doesn't last very long, and that's fine. But most of the action is then it's a lot more subtle. It's not just pew pew. You have this big action sequence, and then it's mostly the atmosphere is where the terror comes in, because the Borg, spoiler for you.
No.
The Borg are, get on the Enterprise.
Oh no. You've been bored.
So it's
You've been Borged.
Contractual laugh. So But First Contact is like the most action film that Star Trek did, I think. But a good chunk of it is the atmosphere because it's spooky.
Spoopy. Oh, it's spoopy.
Sure, yeah, it's spoopy.
It's spoopy. Oh my goodness, spoopy. Too spoopy for you? That's a stale meme. I'm not expecting to laugh at that one. That's like a 2-year-old stale meme
Yeah.
that lasted for like a week. All right, I'm moving on before I continue to embarrass myself.
And I mean, to get back to the question, is this a good Star Trek movie, means that we have to answer another question first. What is
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna pause it because she's using copyrighted music. That's the music right at the beginning of 2009 Star Trek, and
Yep.
I know UMG is a bitch. Like,
Pretty much.
I'm not risking it.
a good Star Trek movie?
What is a good Star Trek movie? Oh, you said movie, and then you put film on the screen. Is it because you wanted this? Is it because you wanted the same size? Like you? Okay, the font fits this. You know, the size of the font fits this, but movie would not have fit on that line. So why didn't you just do a retake
Right.
and say film? No, don't do that.
Or just shrink the size of the text slightly.
Yeah, but no, it fits perfectly. Can't you see it?
Well,
Too much effort. You can't do that. That's
okay.
illegal. It's illegal.
I don't think that most of these Star Trek films are all that directly philosophical.
Oh,
Uh,
I mean, yes,
I would-
probably. Yeah, for the
Yeah.
most part.
yeah.
We did. Yeah, I think. Or quote unquote. And does most of them are most of them philosophical?
Philosophical? I don't know if that's the right word for
I
a lot
still, yeah,
of the TOS films.
I don't think it's I think cerebral really is the correct word. And
Yeah, because like Wrath of Khan has a lot of themes, but they're not overt. It's also a very straight story being told.
an international audience. Well, I don't know. I don't think philosophy is like just a national thing. I mean, a lot of philosophy comes from Greek and Roman, like a lot of the classic philosophy. I took a philosophy class, so I know exactly what I'm talking about. I didn't totally just like ignore most of what was happening in that class or anything. You just need to know that I took a philosophy class, and that makes me
Believe all errors.
yeah, I know what I'm talking about, clearly. No, I using the wrong word is what's bothering me. It's not. Okay, fine, fuck, I'll look it up. What does philosophical? So we have like philosophical. So yeah, that thing. Okay. Philosophical means relating or devoted to the study. Oh, wow, that's not. Okay. Having or showing a calm attitude. That's not helpful either. Okay, can I get a definition that matters? Okay, well, I guess relating to the study of basic ideas about knowledge, right and wrong, reasoning, and the value of things. I don't know. I thought that's very broad. In fact, it's so broad that, fuck, you might actually even be able to apply that if we're talking very broad terms on that. You might be able to apply that to 2009 if you think about it too hard. Oh, the film? I don't mind that she said film on there. I just thought it was funny that she said movie and then put the word film up there because she wanted to keep the same size font and movie wasn't going to fit on that line. I know why she did it. It's just I think it's funny because I say film, I say cinema sometimes too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I reasoning or the value of things. Okay, that's too broad. That's too broad a word. I okay, fine. You know what? I'll do it. I'm gonna do this. Okay, the value of things. Well, you know what? This movie is philosophical because Spock realizes the value of his mother. There you go. There's your philosophical nonsense that is missing, apparently. I can do
Pike
that.
learns the value of his legs.
Yes, Pike learned the value of his legs. Let's see. Spock learned the value of his planet. Kirk learned the value of not cheating. No, he didn't even do that, really, did he? Oh, they addressed that cheating is wrong. Yeah, that's philosophical.
And not how it happened in real Kirk's timeline. He got a commendation for original thinking.
Really? I actually didn't know that. Huh.
Yeah, he even says that in Star Trek 2.
I need to watch Wrath of Khan again, apparently.
Watch party.
I'll have to get my tissues ready. But I guess I should watch it again. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, I guess everything can be philosophical if you really want it. That way, everything can have themes if you really want it to. If you know how to bullshit well enough, you can make everything have themes.
Certainly, the Star Trek TV show episodes were often directly allegorical discussions of political or social ideas, but in all honesty, most of Trek films have actually been much more focused character dramas that tied into thematic elements.
That's fair.
Fair. I agree.
I think that's fair.
I agree.
The only directly allegorical Star Trek movies are Star Trek VI with its focus on Cold War politics, and Star Trek V with its focus on why God likes Star Trek.
Wait. Oh, that was a joke. Okay, I was like, wait, no. That was a joke. We laughed.
Yeah. I think she was joking.
That was a joke. That was a good joke. But I think 2 actually does. And 3 in a way does if you think about what McCoy's going through. You know? He's like,
I think it's fair to say Star Trek 3 is more of a character study.
Oh, that is true. That would be more a character. Yeah.
And one of my biggest problems with Star Trek 3 is David dies, and Kirk really doesn't address that till Star Trek 6.
Oh, my son.
It's like,
oh, yeah, that son, right? Yeah,
I mean,
he
like,
was straight up fucking.
when it happens, he falls back, and he's clearly devastated by this.
Yeah, there's like missing scenes.
But then it's not talked about until Star Trek 6.
We don't need to be talking about that. Hello.
But yeah, I think it's safe to say Star Trek 2 did have philosophical means. I don't think any of them are directly allegorical, like she's talking about.
6, yes, big 6.
Yes.
Yeah. Now that you've pointed it out, I can't unsee it.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely the end of the Cold War.
It's perfect, actually, because you have these 2 countries that absolutely hated each other, and now they're no longer enemies, and you're just like, what the fuck do we do now?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Or politics, and Star Trek V with its focus on why God likes Star Trek. Starships, not Star Trek.
What does God need with a starship?
I wonder if God likes Star Trek. The 2 most...
I'm not going to even touch that. I'll be fair.
Yeah.
It was a joke. It wasn't that funny of a joke, but it was a joke.
lauded Trek films, not my personal favorites, but the ones that most people point to as some of the best, First Contact and Wrath of Khan, are actually much more character studies than anything else. Using those...
Huh? Hmm. Does that kind of, sort of, meh? I mean, she's not wrong, but not really the right movies, I would say. And I wouldn't say Star Trek 2009 is a character study.
No, I mean,
So.
It is absolutely fair to say that Wrath of Khan is a character study of Kirk.
Yes. Well, Kirk
Um,
and Spock too, because if you go from the first movie, and funnily enough, the first movie actually benefits the second movie a lot if you think about how Spock has grown as a character between those two movies.
Pod racing Palpatine.
God needs the Enterprise to complete the Seagull Moss. Oh my goodness. I know just enough about that kind of stuff to know that to understand that joke. I got it, guys. I got the reference. Just enough. Oh my god.
First Contact ultimately is a character study of Picard, and it is kind of a reflection of Wrath of Khan in some ways, because since you haven't seen it, I'm going to try not to spoil it too much.
Oh no.
But you do have Picard basically facing his arch nemesis, the Borg.
Yeah. Yeah. So nothing like having a one of yeah. Yeah, I mean you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just didn't want to admit that, you know what, 5 makes total sense now. He didn't want to admit that he was a giant nerd for Star Trek, so like he was
It
like,
all
no, I
adds
just
up
need it.
now.
I just need it. You don't understand. I just need it. I will be the envy of everything else. I will have my entire ship collection. You can just build another one. damn it.
All other deities will be amazed at my Star Trek collection.
Yes, they will.
Take that, Zeus.
Yeah. Do you have an Enterprise?
Do you have the Enterprise A in your collection? I got the real
No.
one.
And Zeus is like, well, I have the original. He's like, no.
Damn it.
Damn it, he has OG. And then he takes it out of the box, and it's like the 2009 one. He just laughs at him like, you have the 2009 one, you sucker.
Oh, is your Enterprise A out of box? Mine's still mint. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it. I can't beat that Zeus with his Star Trek collection.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So
Character arc show us how we as individuals further Trek's ideals of optimism, rather than didactically take a certain political or social issue. Even Star Trek 4's
I'm sorry, didactically? What is it didactically? No, I don't want to subscribe. Thank you. No, I don't. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate the offer, but I'll pass. What is didactically? There we go. I can spell things. Designed or intended to teach. Intended to convey instructions and information as well as pleasure. Why didn't you just say that? What? I really hate when people just whip out words like that, and it's just like, I assume you know these things, and it's like, don't do that. Don't do that. Hey, how many movies do the protagonist and antagonist never actually meet? Huh?
Well, Wrath of Khan, Kirk and Khan are never on screen together,
No.
which I think is a strength. It shows how well the writing is, because they don't. There's really no place where it would have fit in the story.
Yeah.
Using those character arcs to show us how we as individuals further Trek's ideals of optimism, rather than didactically taking on a certain political or social issue. Even Star Trek 4's environmentalist message, while still wonderful and apt, is rather surface level. Don't kill whales, people.
Oh, wow. Huh. I made that joke earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Pausing because music is copyrighted, I think.
That sounds like Voyager's theme song again.
Yeah. Kind of just making sure I don't get nuked by UNG.
And that film is more a vehicle for developing Kirk and Spock's relationship as Spock refines himself. And so I think what makes it a good
Oh wait,
start
no, that's not.
is use
What?
No, that wasn't Voyager. No, I'm not sure what music that is.
I don't know. I don't know if it is or not because I haven't seen all of Star Trek. So I
That
don't.
does sound familiar, but
Yeah, I
drawing
don't
a blank
know.
on it.
I'm just worried. So, okay, hold on. I think we're about to get a point. Oh my goodness.
Vehicle for developing Kirk and Spock's relationship as
No.
Spock refines himself. And so
The white bar is returned. Oh, okay, we're good. We're fine. We're fine now. Okay.
I think what makes a good Star Trek film is using character arcs to further Trek's ideals, not necessarily having a giant philosophical discussion. That is better saved for the TV show, in my opinion. And honestly, I don't think you can find a better character discussion than Star Trek 2009.
What?
I'm going to disagree with that.
Please elaborate on that point. How is having a bunch of kids a stronger character study than Kirk in Star Trek 2 or Star Trek 6 or Picard in Generations or in First Contact?
Give me one moment, guys. I need
Oh my
to go.
God.
Give me a moment. I'm gonna mute my mic real quick. Give me a moment. Because we all need to digest what just happened for a second. Star Trek 2009 is the best. What is it? The best character study of all Star Trek. Is that what I heard?
Or
Yeah.
There's no better look at character than Star Trek 09, I think is what she said.
Yeah. All right. Just everyone digest that. I will return.
Okay. Pod Racing Palpatine. Okay, it's the track from Generations where Kirk meets Picard. You're okay. That's where it was. Yes. Okay. Oh my God. I don't know what to say about that. I really don't know what to say to that. Kirk is a third-year cadet in this movie. He's not the experienced captain, or he's not the captain who's now past his prime, dealing with the fact that he's older and he doesn't feel he's right for being a captain anymore, even though being a captain is his true first love.
I returned.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't know what to say to that.
Oh, it's a track from Generation. Okay. All right.
Yep.
So it is copyrighted. Okay. Okay, hold on.
Is using character arcs to further Trek's ideals.
I agree, but that's a normal thing you do in a show. Is use character arcs to further the plot. That's just a normal thing you do. Just
right, and movies should be more like more of a general story and not so much like it should be more accessible than the TV show.
It's harder to have a character study within a movie that's not just going to be that character study. Like if there was the Joker, I'm just actually looking at the poster that I have in my room. Joker is a character study, the movie Joker.
Yes.
And imagine having that movie and it being the character study that it is, but around it is this whole other fucking action movie thing that's happening. It doesn't work. You take away from one to give to the other. So most of the time, if you're going to do a character study in a movie, it's going to be that's going to be the main basis of the whole movie. Whereas,
yes,
when you do a TV show episode, you can just have it as that episode, and you can move on to the plot after that. There is advantages and disadvantages in movies versus TV shows.
yes.
You can get a lot more detail and a lot more things done in a TV show than you can in a movie, just because the TV show has a lot more time to do that.
Mm-hmm. Why did the live action Last Airbender movie fail?
because it was god awful.
Well, that, and he also tried taking 2 seasons worth of story and condensing it into one film. You can't do that.
Books 1 and 2, he tried to make into a single movie. It's like, oh, here we go. Here's another one. Dragon Ball, the Dragon Ball movie.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I have watched all of Dragon Ball, all of Dragon Ball Z, and the majority is Super. Even though, like, I got really mad at the end and stopped watching it because I figured out what was happening and it just seemed pointless. But it's supposed to Dragon Ball Evolution, right? It's supposed to cover
Basically Dragon Ball, right?
Dragon Ball. So it's supposed to cover Dragon Ball, the majority of Dragon Ball.
Right, because it starts with Bulma meeting Goku, and then also does the Piccolo arc.
Piccolo is the main villain in that movie, which wow, the poor Piccolo. They did a bigger disservice to Piccolo in that movie than they did in Dragon Ball Z and in Super, where he just becomes a fucking babysitter to die and then get resurrected immediately. Like, they did a bigger disservice to him than that. And it doesn't work. That's why a lot of the times converting something to anime, like the Full Metal Alchemist movie on Netflix, it didn't convert well. They tried to fit like half the show, basically all of Full Metal Alchemist, not Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, but Full Metal Alchemist, into a single movie. Death Note movie was awful too because it tried to do the same thing.
I was just about to bring up Death Note because my wife really liked Death Note, but she was very skeptical about the Netflix movie of it because she enjoyed the anime.
Yeah.
And then she's like, yeah, okay.
I had to watch it in order to get any amount of enjoyment out of it, thinking it was a fan film. That's how I had to watch it. It was like a fan fiction come to life. That's it. And
in fact, my wife's very favorite anime is Battle Angel Alita.
Really? I actually haven't watched it. Ironically enough, I haven't watched the anime.
Well, there's only a UAV.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, it never became an animated series.
Okay.
So she was really, really excited for the movie. And then, I really enjoyed the movie because I don't really know much about the universe. But she was more meh about it. Because it's basically the first 3 books from the manga that were just basically made into the film.
Yeah, you do need just like a TV show for longer stuff like that. It is very difficult to fit into film.
Yeah.
That's why the Star Trek movies, when you got motion picture, it was kind of like, oh, this is what this looks like in movie form. Oh. The fact that Wrath of Khan happened, that there was even a sequel to that, is pretty impressive. Like, they had to take a lot of risk with that because motion picture was so poorly received.
Well, not that poorly received because it did make money. It did.
Captain Marvel made money. No.
True, but this is also 1979.
Yeah. Yeah.
You didn't have China's audience or anything like that.
Oh yeah, you forget about that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So it made money. It showed that the brand was still viable.
Yeah, that is the benefit that motion picture did do, along with, like I said, if you follow the character arc from Spock in motion picture to Spock in Wrath of Khan, it's actually really beautiful. Like the change that he went through is a pretty amazing. But yeah, it's just. I don't even know. What point was she making? I forgot. What were we arguing? What point was she making? Hold on.
Not necessarily a giant philosophical discussion. That is better saved for the TV show, in my opinion.
I agree.
Okay. Agreed.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, me too.
you can find a better character discussion than Star Trek 2009.
Agree.
That's right. That's what brought this whole thing on.
Yeah.
That
Oh
idiotic
wait, is that what she said? Oh, I said I agreed. I thought she said, I thought she said there are better character discussions. Oh, I just remembered that she said there were. Ooh.
Yeah, no. That's not what she's saying. She's
No.
saying that this was a really good character study.
Search for Spock. McCoy would like to have a word with you. I'm just saying.
I would argue Final Frontier McCoy would like to have a word with you.
Oh god, yeah, that whole thing with it. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This film's message is as clear as day in how it uses Kirk and Spock
Okay,
to tell the most essential and classic Star Trek story.
Okay, are you ready? All right, guys.
All right. Want to make predictions?
Okay, let's make predictions. All right, what is this story? What is it telling? But is that what the question? Is that what she's about to say? What is the message of this movie?
Yeah.
All right. Let's put it in. Everyone, gather around. Put in your predictions.
I'm gonna say something with diversity.
Is it? There is an alien on the bridge that we haven't seen before. There's that.
I'm gonna say that people. She's gonna say it's a message about diversity because we see these people who have clearly disagreements are going to learn to work together.
Friendship. That's mine. Mine is
Mine
is friendship. Friendship. We are friends. La la la. Oh my god, I didn't even look at the chat when I said that.
Friendship.
That's amazing. Well done, chat. I appreciate you. Yeah. Friendship. We're best friends. We hate each other, but we're best friends. Friendship. I could be like half the anime that the song applies to. We hate each other. We hate each other, but we're best friends. It's like, oh. I don't think that's how that works.
How did I see Palpatine? Marriage.
Oh yes. This is secretly a Spurk Spurk fanfic. Yes. About the intense love Spock and Kirk have for each other. Oh yeah. It's secretly
even though it's clearly just friends.
Not even friends, more like at the very end they kind of just acknowledge each other as like, okay.
Okay. You're talking about this movie.
Yes, this movie. Yeah.
Yes,
in this movie they're just kind of like, yeah, all right, whatever. Which they wouldn't even be doing that if like Kirk had known, if Spock had not Prime Spock. I guess Spock Prime, is that what we call him? I don't know.
I don't consider this to be the same Spock that Leonard Nimoy played in the show. I think in my head it's an all Leonard Nimoy just played another version of Spock.
Yeah,
it's not the Spock that he played for such a long time.
In fact, I think it would be even cooler if, like you said, that this is like, oh, I fixed it. Okay, so this is Mirror Universe. This is the Mirror Universe, and Spock had a secret redemption arc where he figured out that it wasn't logical to be evil, and started a rebellion within the Federation of being evil people, and joined the Romulans in their fight to save the day. So there you go. I just wrote it. I rewrote it, guys. It's all in the 8-book a comic book miniseries that will be coming out, and the video game and CD soundtrack that you have to listen to backwards to get the secret message.
Oh.
That's all you need to do in order to get all of that information I just told you that's not in the movie in order to understand this movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
eight issue comic series, art by Eris.
Yes. And a video game that you will have to play the entire way through. That's 80 hours long. And then in order to get one Easter egg that I'm not going to tell you where it is in the game, to understand, to get the CD that you need to listen to, that when you play it backwards has the secret message as the key to understanding 2009 Star Trek.
Ah.
I just gave Hollywood a really bad idea, but I too like to be Scooby-Doo when I'm trying to figure out how to understand a movie that you produced.
Yes.
I like to investigate and solve puzzles, and figure out what the hell I just watched. And in order to figure out what the hell I just watched, I have to do all these things, like in the Da Vinci Code. Oh yeah, so now I'm in marketing. Yeah, I took over the marketing department too of Valhalla.
Oh, I missed that memo.
Yeah, no, it's been announced now. I'm just gonna be in the HR department, but I'm gonna put a little post-it note that says "and marketing occasionally" in brackets. Oh god.
There is find a balance between our logic and our emotions.
Oh wait.
Wait, is that what she said it was?
Hold back. Hold on.
Kirk and Spock to tell the most essential and classic Star Trek story there is. How we find a balance between our logic and our emotions, and to not let ourselves be guided by solely one or the other, in order to make ourselves better humans between the collision of the two.
Okay, I feel
That's
exactly
like
like
wow.
on the screen. That's me. Current version of me. At the moment. What?
Wow. I mean, I went with like something pretty basic and generic, and she far exceeded my underestimation of her.
Yeah, I did. My two guesses were it's a slash fanfic and it's about friendship. Those were my two guesses. What was your guess again? It was
Diversity.
Diversity, right? Okay.
People work together despite their differences.
No, it was about emotion and logic.
Oh my god.
It's sad that I can actually see.
I see the point.
I can see where she got it from, but I can't justify that as like an overarching theme of this entire movie.
No. I mean, yeah, old Spock does, say that, to Kirk that you and Spock need each other. But, and again, it's also completely ignoring
Bones.
Yeah, completely ignoring McCoy in that dynamic, because
Bones is the emotional part of that. Spock is the logical portion, and Kirk is the middle of the road. He needs both sides. He needs the emotional input. He needs the logical input, and so he can make a decision. That is why
I know I've said it before, but yeah, the basic dynamic of TOS was something would happen. Bones would give the emotional response. Spock would give the logical response, and Kirk had to be the balance. He had to try to figure out what the proper way to go about it.
It's perfect. Yeah, and now you're saying, okay,
Kirk's the emotional one.
Kirk's now the emotional one.
Okay, no, that was McCoy's role.
Yeah, no, McCoy's role. That's why I've always said Spock might be my favorite character, but I am McCoy. My personality. I mean, I wear my heart on my sleeve. Like I'm very, he's even Southern. Like, I know, I understand McCoy better, but I absolutely adore Spock. Like, Spock is my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. And part of the reason I find him so fascinating as a character is because I'm so similar to McCoy. It's so different, and just his character journey and the many layers and of his character and how little he gives off to. It's like it's very interesting. But yeah, exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Spock
Yep.
was Kirk's rational side. Yep. McCoy was his emotional side. Yeah, so now apparently this movie was about emotion versus logic balance. Okay.
I can see where she might have gotten that, but I disagree with that being the central theme.
That was a part of the movie. That was Spock's kind of thing. His whole thing during the movie was balancing that out. Now, I don't think that should have been tried to be accomplished in one movie, and you know what? I'm going to say it. Motion picture did it better.
Yep, I would agree.
Like, I'll go ahead and say that. If we're gonna put that down as one of the themes for Spock and Kirk, specifically Spock, motion picture did it better. It did. Yeah. So the theme of the movie was, we want this film to make money, so let's appeal to Star Trek fan base and also create our own cash cow herd.
Yeah,
that was part of it. I said, I think the theme also, if we're going like that, meta themes was
themes.
If we're going meta themes, it was to like introduce Star Trek to a new generation, and it did do that. Like I've said before, I am proof of that. But yeah, I don't think that was it for the whole movie. I would vehemently disagree with that. So.
Kirk, without a figure in his life, has become a man driven by ego and emotion.
Okay, Kirk, without a father figure in his life, has been driven to be a character of ego and emotion.
Okay. I mean, I don't know about ego and emotion. It's more just directionlessness. Like he doesn't know what to do with his life.
His dad is like the reason he ended up joining Starfleet, because he looked up to him so much. And the death of his father, he needed an alternate father figure, which Pike becomes, and he does to actually fills that role. And he's like he goes to Starfleet because of Pike. So it's like the father figure wasn't there for most of his life, but then became that. So I would no, he's not ego. He's anti-authority. He's in a rebellious phase, okay? He's just gone through a rebellious phase for most of his life. And he doesn't know what to do with himself. It's like he feels like he's made... It's like one of those where he feels like he was here to do more, and he doesn't see how he could do more in the middle of Iowa.
Right.
He just doesn't... He's lost. And Pike fills that father role position, and basically he finds himself again. And you can kind of see the look in his eyes. Yes, I am defending this movie. You can see the look in his eyes when he's looking up at the really bizarre starship that's being built in the middle of Iowa. And that's where he kind of gets inspired by. And his passion and drive is kind of reignited, and he pours it into that out of defiance of proving Pike that he can do something, obviously, that no one else has been able to do. And actually, you know what? That's a theme for Kirk during the whole movie.
Yeah.
Defiance. In the whole movie, he tells Pike, I'm going to do it in this amount of time. Well, this thing's impossible. Well, I'm going to successfully do the Kobayashi Maru. Oh, you're not going to let me on this ship. Well, I'm going to get on this ship. Oh, you don't want me to be captain, and you're going to, get rid of me. Well, I'm going to come back and be captain. It's just like, oh, I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't save you and do this. Well, I'm going to do that anyway. He's very defiant, and it is, in a way, it's not exactly like the William Shatner Kirk that we all know and love, but it's kind of echoes of him, Is not having that father figure in his life for the most part is going to change a person. So
sure.
That is something.
Yes.
So. Anyway. It's a coming of age movie for Kirk. Oh, actually, that's pretty well done. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, that's a fair assessment.
She isn't wrong. They did make... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like... They did... And McCoy is more neutral. He is. Yeah. They kind of almost switched them a little bit. But I'm just saying, like... I still wouldn't put Kirk in that role. Because Corbin did such a good job at, imitating DeForest Kelly's McCoy.
Yes.
That I still wouldn't. He was more mild, he was a bit more mild. But again, he's on a starship and he's not like the highest ranking officer. He's not in the position he was on TOS. And the position he was on TOS was allowed a little bit more leniency, whereas he wasn't going to be as outspoken because of his position. It's just like I don't know how else to put that. It's kind of like he's been there for a while. He's known these people for a while. He kind of knows he's kind of gotten to a rhythm. And his boss is somebody he's known, and he's kind of he can get away with a lot more in the way that he talks a lot more informally. But than he does in the 2009 one. There is a difference in kind of the station too. So, and I actually have to agree with that. Quinta does talk too fast as Spock. I never thought about that before, but I have to agree with that.
Yeah, Chris Perez actually brought up it's actually more of JJ's directing style since he likes the quick pace. So you need to have people talking faster.
Yeah, that is true. So, all right.
Or instinct. I never got when people say, oh, this movie doesn't get Kirk and Spock. Yes, there's a certain playing off of the cultural parody of Kirk as an arrogant womanizer, but that's both explained within the story as something that is drawn more out of Kirk in this timeline due to his father's absence in his life.
Okay.
Man, how long was she in makeup?
Yeah, hard rip to that actress, I gotta say.
I hope they paid her well for this.
Yeah. Ugh, man, girl. Oh, okay.
But I mean, yes, Kirk not having that father figure would certainly impact him.
Yeah, it would change him. It would. I mean, that's just how it is, And especially since his stepfather was apparently not a good guy, so.
Yeah, because abusing children is something that happens in Gene Roddenberry's future.
Yeah.
Thanks, JJ.
Dad bad. It's Hollywood. Dad bad. So.
Yeah.
Also, bad thing. Something that even Star Trek the original series didn't do, with Kirk's constantly chasing after skirts.
Okay. I'm going to...
All right, rewind that.
I'm going to inform her on something after we rewind this a little bit.
I want to make sure I heard that correctly.
That's both explained within the story as something that is drawn more out of Kirk in this timeline due to his father's absence in his life, and also framed as a bad thing. Something that even Star Trek the original series didn't do, with Kirk's constantly chasing after skirts.
Okay. I don't know how to put this. Okay. Filmed in the 60s, I think, is a good one to go ahead and just throw out there. Different time. Also, a lot of the times in things that are made for guys, which Star Trek kind of was catering towards guys. Anyone could watch it, but a lot of times sci-fi properties are catered more towards guys.
Yeah.
The main protagonist is someone that that not only they can identify with, but they want to be. And so if a guy that wants to be, especially when they're young, because it was a family show. Star Trek was at one point a family show. So if you have to imagine like a younger boy that's watching this, or like maybe even a teenager, it's kind of like he's this suave. Not only is he the commander of the Enterprise and has all this respect and this notoriety and power, not only does he have that, but he can pretty much get any woman he wants. Like very James Bond-like in that aspect. It is kind of a recurring theme, especially during that time. And so, no, it's not surprising. And
Well, and also many times when Kirk was, quote, being that horrible womanizer that she's apparently taking issue with.
Kirk's way to womanizer. Kirk is not.
No, he flirts. He's a flirt. That's not womanizing.
Oh, ladies man. There you go. That's the phrasing. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, which isn't a bad thing, by the way. Women like to be flirted with. Just FYI.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, shockingly, if I had never flirted with my wife, I don't think we'd be married by now. Just throwing that out there.
Wait, do we know? Are we sure? Don't tell people in 2021 that. Shh, no. Flirting bad.
But
flirting real bad.
But also many times, Kirk flirted with the enemy so that they would let down their guard.
Honeypot, guys.
Yeah.
Anybody who's watched Archer, it's like honeypot. Yeah, it is a tactic to, something James Bond did too, and just James Bond and Kirk, very kind of similar in that aspect.
Yep.
So, and when did James Bond initially with Sean Connery start coming out? Was it around the same time period?
Early 60s, yeah.
Yeah, so I would be surprised if Kirk, and of course I haven't read anything up on this, but just from what I've seen all of TOS and all the movies multiple times, it kind of, he does give off kind of that Sean Connery kind of vibe from James Bond, and since it was during around the same time, I'm sure they saw the popularity of it and they got inspired by it. That happens all the time in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
People get inspired by other things and kind of apply it to their thing. But funnily enough, this is at the same time. I've read up on this. Is Spock was like a sex symbol. Leonard Nimoy was a sex symbol. So
he got more Samuel than Shatner did.
Yeah, so Shatner might have been the womanizer, quote unquote, the ladies' man on Star Trek, but women were, how do I put this? Objectifying Leonard Nimoy. The hell out of Leonard Nimoy. So, it worked kind of both ways on that front.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
And as you said, Star Trek was a family show, unlike now where they have swearing left and right. It's like, it's like, I wouldn't feel comfortable showing a child current Star Trek.
Yeah, Klingon boobs. You want to see Klingon boobs, little Jimmy? Yeah.
And outright screaming out the F word. Like that's so appropriate for, a 4-year-old, which I was for the first time I ever saw Star Trek reruns.
Yeah.
And fell in love with the franchise.
How dare you?
I was 4.
Oh my goodness.
Because there's nothing horrible with the original Star Trek series. I will say, though, when I was a kid, the salt vampire scared the crap out of me. That design for the salt-sucking creature absolutely terrified me.
Oh.
But that's the but that was, it was scary, but it was not offensive in any way.
Yeah, no, you're right. And
that's true. Yeah.
Totally forgot about that, but yeah, you're right.
Enterprise Incident is also one of my favorite episodes.
Yeah, and yes. Yeah, I know. It's kind of like a trope that women want what they can't have, but that is something that is kind of,
it's kind of true.
It has to come from somewhere, right? So, yeah, like Spock being that distant, right? It's like, oh well, how do I put this? It's that old classic thing where, oh well, I could change him, or he's cold to everyone but me, and he's different with me, and blah blah blah.
Florence Nightingale effect. I can cure him and give him emotions.
Yeah, I can help him. He'll open up to me. I'll be special.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like very easy how
Only every
it's,
7 years.
every 7 years. It's fine. It's all right.
This version of Kirk does what he wants when he wants, and he has literally no
He
structure.
literally doesn't though. He gets told no quite a bit, and it's like very, very convenient that he actually gets selected. Like if he wasn't friends with McCoy, if he hadn't sat next to McCoy, he would not have gotten onto the Enterprise. Okay, like no. He does go out and get what he wants, but there's like reasons for how he did that are explained within the movie
Mhm.
for the most part. Not all the time, but for the most part.
No logical path in his life until Pike offers him Starfleet.
I agree
The
that.
path that his father walked, the path that he would have walked in another timeline.
Yes.
Spock, in contrast, is a man trying to walk the way of logic, regimentedly defining his life in narrow terms, unable to break out of it. Yet we do see at certain points that he has strong emotions.
Okay. All right. I'm getting really sick of this modern day interpretation of Vulcans.
Oh God.
Vulcans have strong emotions. That is throughout the whole thing, and he has a harder time controlling those emotions, and why he is so fucking rigid all the time and practices logic so much more religiously than most other Vulcans is because his human mother, because he's half human, okay? Being half human, on top of like Vulcan emotions being way stronger, like to the point that they were fighting each other to the death all the time. Like there was wars, and so they started to practice logic so they could stop the wars. And then the wars kind of stopped, and then there was a section of the Vulcan race that was like, no, I don't wanna, and so they fucked off, and logic became basically a religion.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and also, but, we see like the whole Ponfar thing. Presumably, that's more how Vulcans naturally should be.
Yeah, that's terrifying. That
Yeah.
not only are they are like 5 times stronger than humans for the most part, and then on top of that, they are quick to emotion. So from birth, they are taught logic to suppress that. And they even have a ritual to get rid of that emotion entirely that we see in motion picture. It's we don't want to go back to that. Now, obviously, you could argue that there's different ways to approach that, but that's not how they approached it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, Spock has always had emotions. He doesn't show them, and when he does show them, it's the occasional eyebrow raise, that little smirk he does. And if he outwardly shows it, it's like, holy shit, something's wrong.
Look at the end of Amok Time. He's controlling his emotions, but you can tell he is devastated that he thinks he's just killed his best friend. Then when Kirk walks out, he's so excited. And then for a brief moment, he shows his joy.
And then
he brings it back under. It's like,
nope. He's just like, oh, whoops. Anyway, God sees her. Yep, Captain. Yep.
But at a loss, however.
Yeah. It's like, and of course, Bones is in the background, just like.
And that's something Nimoy has done better than any other actor who's ever played a Vulcan. Understanding Vulcans have emotions, but they keep them under control.
Yes, because
not this what we're seeing lately of
they don't have emotions.
Vulcans have emotions, so therefore it's just bubbling under the surface. But then they repress it again. Like no.
Yeah, or Vulcans don't have emotions at all, and they're teaching emotions. No.
Yeah.
No. Wrong.
Vulcans have emotions. They just control them.
Frustrating for people to say that Vulcans don't have emotions, or oh, they're just super, they're just going to show it off. It's like, no, there is fucking lore, backstory, all this. This is why canon's important. To explain why they don't show emotions. There is a deep-rooted fear in what would happen if they started doing that. It is rooted in fear. Don't get it wrong. Don't get me wrong on that. It is rooted in a deep fear that they bury and that they just cover up with the logic because they don't want to go back to that time where they were warring all the time. They wanted peace. That's why the Romulans are so horrific to the Vulcans. It's just like, oh my god, that's what we could have been. We could have been like that.
Yep.
And it's just like when they find out in TOS like what Romulans look like, they're just like, like Spock is just like, oh my god, no.
And the fact that the Romulan commander was also played by the same actor who played his dad later. That's also just kind of fun.
Shit, I forgot about that. Yeah. No, wrong, incorrect. No. No. I'm rejected. No.
Suppress. But ultimately, by doing so, he suppresses part of who he is.
No.
Insert clip here where Loki says no for like 6 minutes.
Okay. Spock has emotion, but yeah, let's hear it in full context. But I'm pretty sure what she just said is fundamentally wrong.
Yeah,
his life in narrow terms, unable to break out of it. Yet we do see at certain points that he has strong emotions, ones that he works desperately hard to suppress. But ultimately, by doing so, he suppresses part of who he is.
So punching Kirk in the face is part of who he is.
I got nothing. I'm just disappointed.
Wow, no. Again, Spock has emotions. We see it several times. He just has them under control because that's the Vulcan way of life. That's not denying who he is. He is Vulcan.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. So, yes, he is half human. But Amanda came to live with Sark and adapted to the Vulcan way of life.
Yep.
So it wasn't like he was being taught by one parent to be super logical and the other parent was teaching him to be super emotional. No. They both unanimously just raised him to be Vulcan because that is what Amanda and Sark as a couple, a married couple, decided and agreed upon.
He was raised on Vulcan, and he has all of the Vulcans' physiological differences.
Yes, his blood
is green. His heart is down by like where our spleen is. He has 3 times the strength of a human.
Yes,
he has the Vulcan inner eyelid for high temperatures and light.
And gravity.
He can survive in lower oxygen than humans.
Yes, that
he has mild telepathy like Vulcans. For all intents and purposes, physiologically, he's a Vulcan.
He just has his emotions are just harder to contain, and because of that, and it has been stated that Sark and Amanda's that pregnancy that Amanda had was not as easy one to have. It wasn't easy to conceive. But they went into that knowing what was going to happen, and they agreed that it would be better for all involved for him to be raised on Vulcan, to be Vulcan, and to, even though, yes, he does have a human mom, he is going to be a Vulcan. And he does talk about being, having that confliction inside of him of he's both, but, and so it's hard for him. And that's because that emotional side and the being human is it's freer than the strictness of the logic side that the Vulcans have. There's a little bit more freedom than in being human, because humans accept that both emotions and logic, I guess most people do, are just the way that they are. And so they're kind of the perfect medium in between, right? And but it's like he's been raised his whole life to be Vulcan. Like, he's not going to change that. That's not something you just magically overnight stop doing, you know?
Colin brings up a good point. I forgot about that. They had to use genetic manipulation to allow Spock to even have. Yep.
Yes, like they had to. It was like, it wasn't easy, and I haven't really I've read generally kind of about that, but I haven't gone into much detail on it, because like I said, Spock was my favorite character, and I was very fascinated by him.
Fascinating.
And yeah, he was fascinating. He
did the thing.
It's like, he's suppressing his humans. I know, but at this point in Spock's life, he should have that down. That's not something he just comes out. Now, I understand that. Okay, and this is where the movie fails. One of the many places it fails. The emotional reaction we get from Spock is not conveyed in the relationship that he had with Amanda. You know, It's like, he did have a mom. Now, I would have expected more of a Sarek, like him and Sarek to kind of have like a moment. You know, or he wouldn't have outbursted like that, because you're trained to deal with emotion, and he would have trained much harder than a normal Vulcan would, just because he's Spock, and that's just how he is. You know, he's a tryhard, and B, because he has more to suppress, so he would work on that more than probably anyone else would. Just because of that, because he's so desperate to fit in. That was another thing, funnily enough, to get into this movie. Oh, look, we could have another fucking theme. Fitting in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work.
Because like everyone's kind of weird. Everyone has that little quirk that doesn't make them fit in very well. You know? It's kind of a fitting in kind of thing that you could do, much more than emotion versus logic as being a complete overarching thing.
Yeah. Because I'm still confused on how that is still how she's seeing that as the main theme of this movie.
That is the thing this movie represents of the whole thing. No, but okay. Anyway, we'll continue.
We see this early in his fight with the bullies as a kid, but also when he goes to rescue his mother on Vulcan.
Well, wait a minute. The fighting with the kids, that's something that goes back to TOS.
Yeah, and
the Vulcan kids picked on him because he's a half-breed.
Yeah, and the full Vulcan kids are doing something illogical. So no, that actually backfires. That completely destroys your whole fucking thing that you just said. No, that completely backfires. That is not, because the full Vulcan kids, you're saying that this is a struggle between emotion and logic, and that you're specifically talking about how Spock is the big key component in your thesis statement on this. But the full Vulcan kids completely destroys that logic.
Right.
Because they're being as emotional, because they're young and they haven't fully grasped that whole part yet. They're still learning.
Exactly. They're kids. They're still trying to figure out how to act as a grown-up.
Yeah, logic isn't going to be something that they immediately know, because their natural state is
very, very emotional.
Very emotional, very wild. So they have to have strict discipline that whole time.
Yep.
And they're kids, and they're going through, puberty and all that kind of shit. It's going to be different. They're not going, and him going to save his mom, that wasn't the only person of course he went to go save his fucking parents. Pretty sure anybody would have done that. I don't know. That's like not. That's
He wasn't
not,
the only. They weren't the only people in that cavern either.
It was like all these important fucking people that have like the history and anything that would keep our civilization going. We're going to go grab all of those people, and we're going to make it so that we can continue going on.
Mhm.
You know, we're going to make it so that our species exists, continues existing, and that the history and knowledge that that our species has comes with it, because it's so fucking vital. Like, imagine if they just lost all of the teachings
Mhm.
of why they have to be logical, because you know that Vulcans at some point are asking why, and they need to have that history to be like, this is why. This is why we're doing this, you know.
Because we're horrible, violent people without these restrictions.
Yes, and so this is why we're doing this. So, and it's not just that; it's like the culture and everything that makes them up. He's desperately saving.
Right.
On top of, and luckily, his parents are high-ranking enough officials that they're there. So it's kind of just pure like luck that his parents are those high-ranking officials, because I don't think they could have pulled that off properly. You know, it's
Right.
There's reasons for all of this.
Oh, we're only 5 minutes in.
I know. I'm hoping it'll speed up and there's like a Patreon thing at the end so that we can like a 2-minute Patreon thing at the end.
Himself. The choice to go down on Vulcan himself is an emotional choice, not a.
Oh my god, it's saving the culture and history and everything of his species. His species planet is fucking going to it's going to die. It is.
I won't deny Sarek and Amanda being there. It also was a motivation. I'm not going to deny that.
No, but on top of that, it's like we have to save what's left
Right.
as best we can.
The fact that they were there made it a very easy decision. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, the elders, these fucking elder people, and I don't know the specific title for them, but the elders and my parents are there. Let's fucking get them.
Yep.
You know?
And the fact that I have always wondered, they showed earlier in the film that you are able to beam something falling. So why couldn't they beam Amanda when she fell off the ledge?
I don't know.
Drama.
Drama.
We
Possibly.
need drama.
Good night, Pod Racing Palpatine. Bye.
See you, Pod Racing Palpatine.
All right.
When he could have sent anyone else to save them and stay on the bridge as Cap needed. Kirk and Spock in this movie are
Wait, whoa.
each other, and their character arcs are mirrored in that conflict.
No.
Okay.
Let me get
I
this
mean,
right.
their character arcs are kind of similar. I won't deny that.
So Kirk. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, Kirk's arc in the 09 movie is learning to grow up and take responsibility and not just be this wild, reckless guy. And Spock's arc is basically, you can't be rigid. Sometimes you need to be more flexible and emotional. That's basically their arcs in the film.
You could say that they're both kind of.
So I think she's right in that aspect, that their arcs kind of mirror each other. But the way she's going about it,
Disagree.
Colin P. Smith just brings it up. Spock is physically stronger than the other crew members, so he is the best choice to rescue the Vulcan High Council while the planet's destroying.
Guess what? He's from the fucking planet. He probably knows a little bit more than
There's that. Yeah, there's that too.
Else that, hey, there's where they are. I know how to do the terrain. By the way, this has been established before that Spock, the planet of Vulcan, has a stronger gravitational pull than Earth. It's another reason why Earth is Spock appears to be stronger, because his whole life he's dealt with a stronger gravitational pull, and so that's going to make it will make it harder.
Thicker bone density,
Yes.
stronger muscles.
He will be stronger because he's dealt, and to anybody who's been on a lighter gravitational, gravitational pull, just because that's how it is,
The science fiction story I'm currently writing actually has a character from a warrior race that is from a planet that has weaker gravity than most other planets. So he's a warrior, but he's physically weak compared to most of the crew.
Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. I like that. Yeah. It's
it's and they also establish Vulcan also has lower oxygen than Earth.
Yeah,
it has a thinner atmosphere.
Yes.
So Spock is the best person to go to try to save them because he knows the terrain, he's stronger, and he's able to deal with the environment far better than anyone else on the ship.
Yeah, it's like he's and also, of course, his mom and dad are there, the elders. He's trying to save the cultural and historical pieces of his race that is clearly about to die. I think personally, just from my standpoint, I would not be handling the knowledge that my fucking planet was going to end, permanently well, and especially get on it and do some shit in a coherent manner. I would not be handling that well. The fact that if I had to go back to Earth, and because Earth was dying, was literally going to cave in on itself into a black hole, and I was going to lose everything I had ever known, I don't think I'd be handling it very well. And I definitely don't know if I could actually be strong enough to go back to that planet for a brief moment and watch it decay and hopefully try to save people on it. I don't know if I could have done that. I don't know. I don't know if I have that level of strength. But because of Spock and Vulcan, and being a Vulcan, he has that logic really comes in handy when you're dealing with that kind of shit.
Yes.
So he is literally the only person I would trust with that role. There is not a single person on that ship I would trust with that role other than him.
Cancel Chris.
These two use each other to find balance within themselves and eventually grow to love the sides of themselves that they had used to hate and had.
Okay. It's not the McCoy and Spock, especially kind of more McCoy in Search for Spock. That's kind of more what I would say is that kind of theme, kind of the description of that. I don't know.
Been neglecting and appreciate each other as unique, diverse beings and celebrate.
Okay, I agree with that.
Yeah.
And taking delight in the differences between themselves.
They're not friends at the end of the movie.
No, colleagues.
They pretty much just acknowledge each other. They have a newfound respect for each other, and they're just kind of like, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Because they went from absolutely loathing and not getting along at all to, oh no. to, kind of just like, okay, fine. All right. That's really what that was. That really wasn't friendship. And it takes a while for Spock and Kirk to become friends, I would say. And it actually takes way longer for Spock to even acknowledge him as a friend. Kirk does it obviously way before. But Spock, it takes a while. Because being someone's friend kinda isn't really very Vulcan of him. It's more human.
Right.
So that's kind of another thing of like the warring of the two sides. It's like it's there's an emotional attachment when you call someone a friend.
Right. And because like at the end of Wrath of Khan, when Spock's dying and Kirk is devastated at the loss of his friend, they've known each other for 15 years by that point. Whereas this Kirk and Spock, they met each other like last week.
Oh my goodness. Well, we figured this out at the in the last video. Is she's oh god, I forgot. She's transgender.
Yep.
So yeah. Yeah, because we were kind of like, wait a second, and then we figured it out after a joke. So yay. Oh no! Wait, hold on. What is that? Wait a moment. What is this nonsense? What are you two up to? Oh, changed your tune awfully quickly there. All right, I'm suspicious of you two, but I'm going to continue going on because we are like 5 minutes into the 17-minute video.
Yeah.
That Roddenberry would talk a lot about. Kirk and Spock dislike each other at the start of the film because they represent parts of themselves that they hate. But by the end of the film, Kirk...
No. At this point, no. Kirk is being an arrogant little prick right here because I cheated the system and fuck you. And Spock is like, bitch, you cheated. Fuck you. that's what that little back and forth was. Okay?
Yeah, basically.
That's not like, oh, they hated each other because they were no, he broke the rules, and Spock, being the logical being that he is, was like, no, you broke the rules. You don't get to weasel your way out of this. You need to be punished because you broke the rules.
Right.
And you completely, in his opinion, he was like, you completely misunderstood the entire point of the test. It's not to win. It's to understand that you are going to lose people, and you have to make peace with that. Basically, you can't save everyone. It's kind of what it is.
Right.
That's kind of what.
But in the 09 film, he said the plan, the reason to do it, the reason for the Kobayashi Maru test is to experience fear, which goes completely against how it was depicted in Wrath of Khan, where it was a test of your command abilities when things just keep
when things don't go your way. Yeah, it's kind of like
right, or to just see how people came up with different scenarios. When the program is designed to cheat no matter what.
Yeah, you're going to fail it regardless. That's the whole point of it, and it's to your creativity. Kind of to see if you can accept like what your reaction is when you can't save everyone, whether or not you have the strength to go out and either depending on your approach depends on what you're learning from it. So if you made the approach of no matter what, we're going to save those people and we might die trying, if you needed to cover fire in order to save that ship, you go down with that ship, right? And you save people, but you die in the process. Or if you it's like do you have the people die that you're trying to save rather than risk the ship that you're on? It shows the personality. It's an unwinnable test that shows the personality of the person that's going to command a ship. And like what they're truly like, mask off, which you need to know when you have someone heading the ship, what they're going to do in a scenario like that. You need to know their personality before you give them any type of command. You need to know that because they are in charge of a lot of people's lives.
Yes.
And every decision could cost their lives. So, yeah. Just occurred to me that in the TOS universe, I get the impression that Kirk has known Bones quite a bit. Yeah, and they do actually kind of relay that a little bit.
If memory serves, I think McCoy also served on the Farragut along with Kirk.
Yeah,
I think, but I'm not sure.
he actually meets Spock pretty much for the first time.
When he took command of the Enterprise.
Yeah, where he actually meets him for the first time in the 09 movie, kind of in the scene that we're seeing right now.
Yes.
That's what they allude to. Whereas he has been going to school and hanging out with McCoy for a couple years, maybe 3. I can't remember what the... Anyway. I don't remember exactly like what... how long he was at the academy before all that shit went down.
Weren't they third-year cadets?
Maybe it was... I don't remember how long it was going to take to graduate, but Pike said a year less than that, and then Kirk said a year less than that, and I can't remember if that was 2 or 3. I think it would have been 3, but I'm not sure. So he would have known him for 3 years. 3 years is a long time to know somebody.
It is.
So, you know.
Kirk learns that Spock is a robot carrying out logical Starfleet orders.
Wow, fuck you. No. Kirk learns that Spock is a robot carrying out Starfleet orders. Wow. Oh my god.
Except he designed the Kobayashi Maru test in this one. So he was like the lead instructor, and he's a commander, whereas Kirk's a cadet. So it's like, shut up, pretty boy. I'm trying to teach you right now.
Yeah, basically. I don't remember specifically. Oh, he said 4 years? I don't remember.
No, yeah. Starfleet
Maybe.
Academy has always been depicted as it takes 4 years.
I figured it was going to be 4 years. That's most academy or university. Most things are going to be 4 years long when it comes to that kind of stuff. So maybe he said 2. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. He's known him for long enough, right?
Yes.
He has emotions too. And I love that Kirk gets a glimpse of that through his mind meld with older Spock, who has come to accept the balance of logic and emotion within him, and is a character that we as the audience have already emotionally invested into in seeing that arc play out over decades.
Yes, that long time. And you're telling me that in a movie, he has that decades-long arc. And it's a masterpiece. Right, yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Said he would do it in 3. Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, all right, cool. Thank you. But, okay, so...
We're only 6 minutes in. My brain's melting.
This is so much worse than the first video.
It is.
Much worse.
So you're saying that I have to emotionally compromise you guys?
Jim, I just lost my planet. I can tell you, I am emotionally compromised.
So then Kirk uses that emotion against younger Spock later on, which causes Spock to realize that by suppressing his feelings, he's left himself vulnerable as a leader. And
no. I'll be honest, he had no business being a fucking captain at all.
Oh God, no.
He's way too young and way too inexperienced to be a captain.
It's not. It's not so much his age. It's the fact that he's only been in Starfleet for 3 years.
And I'd go even further. I don't think Kirk in this movie should have been a fucking captain, because
oh God, absolutely not.
No. Kirk in TOS was, even though he was the youngest Starfleet captain, he at least had a couple other things under his belt before.
Yeah, the episode with the what is it? Obsession with the gas cloud that killed the captain of the Farragut. Mm-hmm. That happened 11 years ago for Kirk in that episode.
Yeah.
So he'd been in Starfleet for a while, so he was still very quick to become a captain. And he was still a very young man when he took command of the Enterprise. He was still experienced.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Colin's making predictions on how long our stream will be.
We don't know. her was ending her first year at the bar. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
So he goes to his father, Sarek, who utters this brilliant line.
You asked me once why I married your mother. I married her because I loved her.
I'll be honest, I absolutely love that line.
It's a good line.
I liked
It's
it.
a good line. I wish he had said it a little more stoically, though.
Should have been in a better movie, but I like it. That's amazing. Like, that line actually might be one of my favorite lines in this entire movie. Just because, like, the weight that comes with that, too. You know? It's like, hey, yeah, oh my god, we just disproved her. She just proved herself. Oh my god, is that a pure Vulcan making an emotional statement, an emotional claim?
I believe it is, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. Well, whoops.
Why does Spock
Vulcan.
look like a caveman in that scene?
I don't know why we left the rest of that scene in there, but okay.
Does not mean having no emotions.
Oh, okay. Whoa, no. Wait for it.
To be Vulcan does not mean having no emotions.
That's never been the case. Vulcans have always had emotions. They just keep them under control. Why do so many people get this wrong?
Yes, that's the side of disappointment. You're not making a statement that no one's thought about before. In fact, I argued earlier in the stream about why I hate it when people say that Vulcans don't have emotions. So I'm gonna continue moving on. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
Because I'm getting mad and I need to move.
End of the movie, the two of them, Kirk and Spock, teaming up to defeat Nero, represents the two characters reconciling with different aspects of themselves.
No. It was a perfect representation of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We have bigger fucking problems than our petty little spat. We're gonna get over it because this could be the end of, if this technology gets out and he starts doing some other shit, we're in big trouble. All of Starfleet, all of the Federation is in big trouble. If the Klingons get a hold of this shit, we're fucked.
Right.
If the other Romulans get a hold of this shit, we're fucked. This is planet-destroying technology. Planet-destroying technology that happens in about an hour.
And it's also this is melting my brain. I forgot my point.
Yep, I get that. I understand.
Oh yeah, I remember now. I mean, let's not even get into the issue of before Pike left the ship, he promoted. He named Kirk, a third-year cadet, as second officer.
Yeah, I'm sure there wasn't anyone
What is
else.
the actual second officer on board the ship?
Oh, there wasn't. There's no first officer. There's no second officer. There's nobody. There's just a
Spock
ship filled with cadets. That's it.
Well, Spock was still the first officer on board because he's a commander.
Oh, you're right. My bad. There's you know what? Fuck it. There's nobody else on the ship but a bunch of cadets and a teacher, apparently, as the first officer. We are great, guys. This is we're the last starship, which, by the way, like Battlestar Galactica levels of like ship, of ships being destroyed, right? Basically, a whole shipyard of ships destroyed,
Yeah.
and like. And it's just ignored. Like, it's just, yeah, that happened. Our entire fleet, for the most part, got destroyed. But, shit happens. Whatever. Lol. Also, okay, I'm going to point this out. Has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about at the moment. Okay, do you see this? You see these little fucking lights?
Yeah.
What are these lights for?
Reading lights.
These are screens that are lit down here. So these lights that are directly above these screens are doing nothing but providing like glares on this screen.
Yeah.
Why? Why are these? Also, this is in front. So this is the viewfinder, right? This is the
viewfinder.
Okay, this is their little screen that they see out, because I don't want to imagine that this is a window, because that would be really sad. You don't put a giant glass window, J.J. Abrams, in front of a fucking that shows your entire command. But Rian Johnson levels of ship design.
Yeah.
So
there's a reason there were screens in the other shows.
Yes, I'm hoping that's a screen. I'm just rolling with it. All right, so these lights, not only do they provide really bad peripherals for the navigator and the helmsman, they are also glaring, doing nothing but glaring on these screens down here. And the captain's chair is directly behind this. So it's covering up the viewfinder, which should be higher and not like here, because they're both covering up the viewfinder too. What is there something important down here? No, nothing important happens in the bottom corners of the viewfinder. It's all in the front section of it. But it provides nothing but an irritation to anyone looking this direction or looking down here. Why are these here? Why? Also, those look like, what are these? What did you say? These are some kind of, what are these little devices? What would you say these are?
They look like price scanners.
Yeah, like price scanner kind of looks like a little control stick thing. Those are control sticks, and these two are supposed to get to these. These lights are also in the way of that. So I hope this isn't anything important, because these lights are in the way of getting there. And if I hope there's nothing like that you're supposed to do of like range, where you're supposed to move it around, right? Like it's like a Wii gaming system. Because this would restrict these lights would restrict the maneuverability of these things. So
does Sulu and Chekhov do like Wii bowling with those things? Like,
I know. I'm just sitting here
when they're at warp speed and it's going to be like several hours before they get to the destination, so they just play Wii bowling with it.
Yeah, look at this. Look. So this is the screen, right? It looks like it's half. There's two screens here. No, that's the reflection of the light down here. Okay? There is no two screens. It's one screen. But like a fifth of the screen is covered up by the glare of this light. Oh my god. Why? Oh, no. Okay, like I said, I defend kind of a little bit of Star Trek 2009. But this is awful ship design. That is awful. Why are those lights? I can't unsee the lights now. I'm forever doomed to see those lights and be irritated by them. So
they're so Chekhov can continue reading like his romance novels or something. I don't know.
Right?
They look like reading lights.
Yeah, they're reading lights, and all these screens are lit up. These screens are lit up, and it almost looks like the around this is lit up.
Yeah, it's glare.
And now there's that in there, which completely like a fifth of the screen is cut off, which you can't see. Okay, all right, I'm moving on. I had to point that out.
Yeah.
Becoming the myth that we knew them to be all the way back in Star Trek, the original series.
Logical decision, logically arrived at.
I see. You mean you reasoned that it was time for an emotional outburst?
Well, I wouldn't put it in exactly those terms, Captain, but Those are essentially the facts.
And that's beautifully put.
Indeed. Indeed. Sorry. I felt revitalized a little bit. I saw good Star Trek for a few minutes.
I mean, and it's almost like you legitimately get the sense that Kirk and Spock are friends with that, because the slight jab, that
It's like,
he's like, I know you Vulcans repress your emotions, but weren't you just showing a little bit of emotion there? He's teasing him, and Spock's acting indignant about it.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, well,
It's like, no.
like, no, I wouldn't say that, but yeah, whatever. What's your point? And Kirk's just like, yeah, yeah. And McCoy's probably smirking off screen. I don't know what episode that is, but it's just like, oh,
Yeah, I'm not familiar with. I'm not sure which one that was off the top of my head. I know I've seen it.
It's like, oh, you had an emotion. Oh, okay. Oh, it was logical to have that emotion. It's like, yes. Yeah. Yep. I just kind of loved it at that. And I love that. Because, he didn't punch Kirk in the face. So,
Yeah.
Portrayed in the final scene between Nimoy and Quinto.
This was a great scene. I will also say that. It was a literal passing of the torch scene, and it was beautiful.
Yes, I will acknowledge that. It's a shame that Leonard Nimoy passed the torch and then they lit themselves on fire with it.
Yeah, so he passed the torch and then everything exploded. I was like, oh, whoops, that was supposed to be a torch, not like a nuclear bomb. I'm sorry.
Nimoy gracefully passed the torch, and then they tripped and fell, and the torch landed into some like kerosene and just lit on fire. And they're like, and then they're like, oh my god, we need to stop it. And then they just kept throwing
more fire on it, trying to take out the fire.
Fight fire with fire. That's what you do. So they used. And I got these sticks of dynamite. We'll snuff it out with that.
Yeah, there we go. It's water dynamite. Very special brand. It explodes water. That's what it does. Yeah, no, this is a great scene. This was a great scene. Yeah.
I will concur to that, yes.
Yeah, so, all right.
Scene is beautiful and eloquent, and perhaps, I think, one of the best scenes in all of Star Trek films.
Oh, I don't know if I would very hard to bring. Oh, I don't know if I would bring that up and then show this scene.
I think it's the best scene of the Abrams films.
I would agree with that. Yes, it is.
But trying to compare it to Spock's death scene, that's just no.
No, that's false. I'm gonna go with the
No scene will ever top this one for Star Trek.
Oh, it's very hard to top. It might actually get topped one day, but it's gonna be a hell. It's hard. It's gonna be hard.
Okay.
Hasn't been done yet.
My wife was not familiar with Star Trek before we got married. She's seen like a few things here or there, but was not familiar with it.
Right. Okay.
One day I was watching Wrath of Khan. She comes in. And then she just sees basically when Spock goes down to engineering from that point on.
Okay.
So she's missed most of the movie.
Right. Yeah.
And she was bawling her eyes out at this scene. Even though she was not that familiar with Spock.
Oh yeah, the emotional, like everyone on set was crying when they shot this scene.
And they thought, and keep in mind, this might have been, for all intents and purposes, this was going to be Leonard Nimoy's final performance as Spock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what they thought. Yeah.
But yeah, comparing the two Spocks talking to this scene, that's bold. I want to hear your argument of how it matches up.
Okay. All right.
Right up there with Spock's death in Wrath of Khan.
Ooh.
Oh,
hold on. Wait, on here.
Or Picard's breakdown in First Contact.
I can't comment on the First Contact one, but I will say you were wrong about the Wrath of Khan one.
Picard's outburst was basically the low point of the movie. It doesn't hold. It's a good scene. I would not put it up there anywhere close to Spock's death scene.
Yeah, I don't even know what I would call number 2.
Number 2.
But ooh. Just like,
As far as the films, I'm not sure.
yeah,
maybe the Wrath of Khan Nebula battle I would probably put up there. You know, when the ships are like, you know, they're like looking for each other because their sensors aren't working, and then you get that glorious shot of the Enterprise coming up behind the Reliant.
Mm-hmm.
I might go with that, but just off the top of my head,
I'm thinking all the great scenes. You have the scene where we learn a little bit about McCoy's background of why.
Yeah.
We learn.
There's the death of the Klingon Chancellor because they know this is bad.
Yeah, we have that one where they go onto the Klingon ship and they realize, oh shit. We have the scene where
the destruction of the original Enterprise. That's also heart wrenching.
You have the scene where Genesis starts collapsing. You know.
Yeah.
You have the scene where
the flyby shot in the motion picture where you see the refurbished Enterprise for the first time. It lasts too long, but it's beautifully shot.
Yeah. Let's see. You have the Khan him screaming out.
Of course.
Classic scene. The resurrection scene where Kirk flips the little phrase that Spock said, you know, the needs of the one.
Ship out of danger. You save the ship. And then I blew it up.
Yeah. And then him saying needs of the one like outweigh the needs of the many, basically.
Yeah.
He was saying. And
or before that, when they're on their way to Vulcan, and McCoy has that scene looking at Spock, like, you know, you put this thing in my head, remember?
Yeah.
Like that's a good scene because it echoes when Spock did the mind meld and he said, remember.
Yeah. And then you have the colorful metaphor scene. The scene where Spock tries to swear is amazing.
Double dumbass on you.
Yeah, that's an amazing scene. Anytime. So, yeah, I don't know. We just named like a fucking shit ton of scenes that, and I would say most Star Trek fans would probably agree were better than this scene.
Yeah.
This scene is pretty good, though. I will say it is pretty good. It is, I think, by far the best scene in JJ and just new Star Trek. Actually, to this day, I think that's the best scene from anything from 2009 on. I think this is the best scene.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen Enterprise. I can't weigh in on that.
Well, Enterprise is still post this.
Oh, was it?
Or no, pre.
Okay.
Yeah. And Enterprise ended in 2005.
No, 2009 Star Trek onward. This is the best scene. I think.
All new Star Trek, yes.
Yes, from 2009 onward, as far as Star Trek goes, this is the best scene.
Oh, Colin picked up a good one when they first see the Enterprise A.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
I forgot about that one. That's another glorious shot.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay. Oh, what can I tell you? You know, I trigger people sometimes. What can I say?
We need to find a comic book video and bring Clobbering Times on.
Oh yeah, we do.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Elder Spock shows his young self that it's okay to follow your heart, not your head, and that our ties to others are what define us most.
Then why did you send Kirk aboard when you alone could have explained the truth?
Because you.
Okay, I would have loved to have heard quantum paradox, something or another. That's the parody version, obviously.
Yeah.
Because of quantum and paradox and quantum of quantum.
Quantum technobabble to quantum.
What a quantum the quantum. You can't do that. That's illegal.
Reverse the polarity of the quantum.
Yeah, it would have quantum the quantum, and then reverse the polarity, and then yes, create a black hole, and we can't have that. Just can't.
Needed each other. I could not deprive you of the revelation of all that you could accomplish together, of a friendship that will
Yay!
define you both
Yay!
in ways you cannot yet realize.
Yay!
Spock, in this case, do yourself a favor. Put aside logic. Do what feels right.
And honestly, I don't think you're really going to find another more Star Trek message than that. That people need to reach out to those different from themselves in order to learn and grow as individuals.
Give me one moment. I'm gonna be right back.
That's so generic.
One moment.
Okay. What she's saying is not entirely wrong, but that's such a paper thin excuse. Just the message is talk to people that are different than you. Okay. That's been a theme for Star Trek since the very beginning. I don't see how this is the big defining message of the film. It's not deep at all. This is hurting my brain.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
Do what feels right.
And honestly, I don't think you're really going to find another more Star Trek message than that. That people need to reach out to those different from themselves in order to learn and grow as individuals.
That is so generic.
Not wrong.
No, it's not entirely wrong, but it's so simplistic.
What does that have to do with this movie?
Yeah.
In a universe where there's a federation of planets that have different species? I'm just wondering. Just my thought.
Yeah.
What is that?
Man, Cloudburn Time really is triggered.
Oh no, he absolutely fucking hates this movie. I know that. I know he hates this movie. Yeah, no, he loves it with every fiber of his being. But yeah, I got a soft spot for it. That's because it did introduce me to Star Trek. I can see as like a long-term fan hating this movie. I can see that. I can totally see that though. Well, you did say diversity. Oh, you were right. Hey, look at you.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah, it was just for the wrong thing, but you got it right. Okay.
Yeah. Well, again, as she pointed out, it's not like a lot of the other Star Trek films were that deep either, but they're much deeper than this one.
Yeah. Yeah, I will. It's just I think we're 3.5 hours into this. We're only like halfway through, so like I don't really want to put you through the torment that it is to do this for another like 3 hours possibly. So like, because like she likes 2009 Star Trek, so I'm gonna save you from this stream. But yeah, we'll totally like, yeah, we'll totally we'll have a stream together. We're actually almost exactly halfway through.
Yeah.
Okay, so actually, since we are halfway through the video, all right. So is Star Trek 2009 really Trek? Okay, what have we learned so far as the answer to that question?
It has the most simple message that any Star Trek has, and that is to talk to people that are different from you. Yeah, that's like what Star Trek has been about since the very beginning.
Yes, and
this is as you said, it's Star Trek Zero. It's Diet Trek.
Yeah, basically. Right. Okay. All right. Well, you know.
That's Star Trek's entire MO, to celebrate diversity because it makes ourselves better.
Oh, you really were right. You're really right, man.
Oh my god.
Okay. Celebrate diversity because it makes ourselves better.
Well, okay, wait.
What do you mean by that? Exactly?
Yeah, because
yes and no is the correct answer to that question.
Right, because like, our culture, we celebrate eating children, so therefore you should celebrate our diversity because that is part of our culture. No.
Are we talking about diversity of thought?
Mm-hmm.
And not, what people look like? Because if we're talking about diversity of thought, I would kind of agree with you on that. To have people just one singular minded is how you get the Borg.
Right.
To have diversity of thought is it's necessary to have a culture, a society that progresses forward.
Mm-hmm.
You need to have a diversity of thought. If that's what you're talking about, then yes, I think Star Trek in general kind of embodies that. By at the same time showing like it's both, right? Diversity of what people look like and diversity of thought. Because everyone on the Enterprise bridge has a different personality, they are a unique three-dimensional person that you learn to love over the course of the series. So in that aspect, yeah. You know what? I just realized something, and Colin actually kind of reminded me of it. So she earlier was arguing about how not all Star Trek movies are philosophical, which we agreed with, and super deep, and all the themes and all that shit. And now she's arguing about all of that this movie has. So I don't know what I'm supposed to be convinced of. Are you saying that this movie doesn't have that and that's okay because other Star Trek movies doesn't have that? Or are you saying that other Star Trek movies doesn't have that, but this has it, so it's Trek? Which, if not all Star Trek movies have this thing, and all of those Star Trek movies are considered to be Star Trek, then this movie doesn't need that thing in order to be considered Star Trek.
Right.
So, I don't know. Okay.
And makes us too. In all honesty, to those who say that this film doesn't get Gene Roddenberry's vision, I would ask that you take another look at this film because I think it might be one of the most distilled versions of that vision that any Trek film has ever done, even more so than Roddenberry himself was some.
Oh my god.
Very careful in what you
Oh my god.
Sweetie, careful. Oh, honey, you need to be careful.
No. Oh, okay. Okay. Rewind that, and let's finish the thought. I want to hear the finishing thought she has, but
Okay.
Than that people need to reach out to those different from themselves in order to learn and grow as individuals. That's literally Star Trek's entire MO, to celebrate diversity because it makes ourselves better and makes others better too. In all honesty, to those who say that this film doesn't get Gene Roddenberry's vision, I would ask that you take another look at this film because I think it might be one of the most distilled versions of that vision that any Trek film has ever done, even more so than Roddenberry himself was sometimes able to achieve. What we
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna go forth.
All right. So, I'm just so wow. Okay. The reason that diversity is never really talked about in any of the other Star Trek films is because diversity is largely something that they don't look at people's race or gender or sexuality. They just are. That's what the true Gene Roddenberry vision is. We have progressed to the point where no one cares that Uhura is black and she's on the bridge. It's important to the time period that the episode and show was made of, made during. But by that time, by the 23rd century, no one cares. And that's the future that us Star Trek fans want. That's what is so inspiring to us. And the fact that you are trying to bring in, it's this message of diversity that is so missing the point. Because Star Trek was always diverse, yes, but they also never made a big deal about it. It was the showrunners and the media made a big deal about there being a Russian on the show, about there being a black woman on the show. But in universe, they don't care. And that's how it should be. They are there because they've earned those jobs.
Yep. I can't say it better than that. Yeah. Yep. Nope. That was a bad take, and I'm gonna move on.
came up with was a story of incredible characters, of incredible potential, of real optimism and wonder, and treated it in a way that provides a kind of emotional connection, visceral excitement, visual spectacle that Trek had never had before.
You sure? I don't think I'd die on that hill. I'll be honest.
Well, I think he's right in the visual spectacle Trek's never had before, but
that is true.
They've just gotten worse because I think Star Trek looks much better when you have models.
Yeah.
You know, actual models, not all CG. You know, CG is. I don't have anything against CG, but they need to utilize all the tools, and that helps keep the visuals fresh. It keeps you from being able to pick up, okay, that's just a computer generated image, when you're intercutting it with images of an actual model. You know, what's wrong with having multiple, you have all these different filmmaking tools. Why are we constantly just using CGI? The real answer is because it's cheaper and it's easier to do because you can do whatever you want with a CG model.
Mm-hmm.
But you lose that actual I mean, you pointed it out when we talked about this in the first part of the video, or no, in the Renegade cut one.
Oh, wow.
You compared the Enterprise D crash sequence with the whatever that crash sequence was in Into Darkness.
Mm-hmm.
The Enterprise D crash sequence looks so much better.
It does. That's true.
Because they had to carefully plan out every shot that they were going to use for that. So I think the visual spectacle part is right, but
kind of emotional connection, visceral excitement. I don't know, man. It's really hard when you have Wrath of Khan in the playbook. Optimism? I don't know.
Is there a more optimistic moment in any of the Star Trek films than at the end of Star Trek VI?
I don't know.
When you have the Klingon Empire and the Federation formally forming an alliance.
Yeah, you're like...
Despite the catastrophe that almost, with the death of the Chancellor and all this going on, the Federation and the Klingon Empire still brokered the Khitomer Accords, which led to a treaty. And there's a new era of peace in the galaxy. Is there any moment in any Star Trek film that's more optimistic than that one?
I don't think so. I haven't seen all of them, but yeah, from the ones I've seen, no.
Possibly First Contact, but I won't spoil it since I know you haven't seen it.
Yay, no spoilers.
That one could possibly compete, but no.
All right. Gonna pause. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Are you sure?
All right.
I don't know what your points have been up to this point, really. That
8 minutes for conclusions?
Oh no. Oh, there has to be Patreon shit, right? There has to be Patreon shit at the end.
God, I hope so.
All right. Yay, 5-minute Patreon outro. Let's do it, guys. Let's have a sponsor and let's do this Patreon outro. Come on, guys. We can do this.
This video brought to you by Dollar Shave Club.
Yes. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so hold on. All right. Points so far. Hold on, I'm struggling. I shouldn't be struggling with this. That's not good. That's not a good sign.
Well, there's the wanting to revitalize a franchise that had been stagnant. That was
just a quote that she threw up there. That wasn't even a point. That was just a quote. It was the fuck. I don't know if there was any points made in this video so far. Because, okay, the question was, is Star Trek 2009 really Trek?
Right.
And she just told us a bunch of themes, and that it doesn't have to be philosophical, because...
No, I like it. That's our word now.
Philosophical. But it's a cool. It's the study of falafels.
This movie's not very falafel.
Falafology. Philosophical, whatever.
Philosophical.
So okay, there's some themes about emotion and logic.
And then she went to diversity.
And then there was a bunch of shit about diversity. Which I don't necessarily disagree with, but she never specified what she was talking about because diversity is such a vague word.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it was just like, in order to grow, you need to get out and do shit. I guess it's what she was trying to tell us. Then, a little background history, I think. I don't know. That's all I got. I ain't got shit. I don't know what else I got from that.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing why this couldn't have just been on the other video.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, let's finish this.
Oh, look. Yeah. True. These are true. These are facts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at that. My God.
Oh, that's right. Yes, the episode with Space Lincoln. I know that's kind of a weird thing to say.
No, it's real. It is real Space Lincoln. Lincoln.
But he used
Space.
a derogatory term. And she didn't even realize to be offended. That's how past racism they are.
Yeah. Oh, it's kind of the whole point of having such a diverse crew on the Enterprise, because it was to show, hey guys, guess what?
We're all human.
We eventually get past all this shit, and we're all cool, and that doesn't matter. We have much bigger problems. Much bigger problems than our own petty squabbles. You know, it's kind of to show that humanity had grown up. That's what that was to show, is humanity had grown up. Which we were currently regressing.
Yeah.
Thank you, assholes. They want to regress because they're, I guess, we're in our teenage angst phase of humanity. So, yeah. All right. Okay.
We've progressed so far. We've gone backwards.
Yeah.
Apparently,
we went around the bend. We were supposed to go through to the other side, and we took a right turn for some reason. We don't know why we did that. We did that.
In all honesty, stepping back into this movie for this video kind of...
I love that idea. It was like 12 years ago, and we're stepping back as if 2009 was a long lost time period. It feels like it, funnily enough. It's like stepping back into the long lost time of 2009. I don't know. That seems weird to me. Didn't seem like it was that long ago, but all right.
Yeah.
Terrified me. I had fallen in love with it.
Wait. Did you just say it terrified you to go back to this movie?
Kind of terrified me.
Oh. Okay.
Well, I think she's going to say because she was worried that...
Oh, she wasn't going to like it? And it was just,
that it wouldn't hold up as well.
Yeah, I'm careful about what I rewatch. And I rewatch and reread, especially, because I have to remember when I read it and when I watched it, and it's kind of like, is it worth rewatching or rereading? Because I might not like it, and I might want to just leave that portion of my childhood as a closed book rather than reopening it for nostalgia purposes. Like, I get that feeling. I get it.
I had fallen in love with it so long ago, and it had been a little while since I watched it. And having been so embroiled in the Star Trek community these past few years on YouTube since Discovery started and doing my own YouTube channel, and just seeing the fan debate rage over J.J. Abrams and how he ruined Star Trek, starting with the Kelvin timeline.
Because he did.
Take it from someone who started watching Star Trek because of J.J. Abrams. He didn't. He like started the motion of something that could have evolved into something amazing, right? And instead of like, he took that first step and he picked up the second leg to continue forward, and then face planted into a pile of manure, just like in Back to the Future. So that's what he did. And then he continued to roll around in it for a little while, and then set it on fire, and then ran into a rotting dumpster and just sat there. That's what happened.
No. I think he delivered the manure truck and then left so that Alex Kurtzman could then play in the manure.
Oh no, like he felt like the manure truck was right there. He could have gone around it. It was the opportunity to go around it was there, and instead fell into it.
Okay.
That's what I'm yeah. And then instead of getting out and then trying to fix it, rolled around in it and then set it on fire and then went to the garbage.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I'm saying. Because it's like it's hard to do. Anytime you do a reboot, that manure truck is right there. It's right there for you to fall into because it's really easy to do that. And he managed to avoid it in the first one, I think. And totally ruins everything after that. So, yeah.
I mean, I will admit, I was interested to see where Star Trek would go after the 2009 movie. Then I saw Into Darkness.
Oh, Josh, help me. Help. Actually, help us. Help.
Oh, God.
Help. There's 6 minutes of conclusions. No Patreon sheet, really? He has like 30,000 subs. How does she not have a Patreon sheet?
And also recognizing some of the things I love and hate about this style that started in Star Trek 2009.
I fell in love with this thing that I love and hate.
Oh, is she playing the flute music from
no, wait,
Inner Light?
No, you can't do that. That's
illegal. Don't use that.
That's an illegal move. You can't do that.
That have transferred over to Discovery and Picard.
Whoa.
Yep, she's playing the flute music.
Whoa.
Starting with the Kelvin timeline. And also recognizing some of the things I love and hate about this style that started in Star Trek 2009 that have transferred over to Discovery and Picard. I was worried that maybe this movie hadn't aged well or didn't fit with my picture of it in my mind.
It didn't, actually. I'll be honest. It didn't age well, but it didn't age as badly as some of the other ones did. So it's kind of like a botched plastic surgery job that isn't as bad as other people's plastic surgery jobs. Where you're kind of like, I can live with this. It's not as good as it could be, but it's okay. And at least it's not that other thing over there in the darkness. Ooh. And that aged badly the second it went on screen. The second it came on screen, it was like, oh no.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it last time, but I was honestly laughing when Spock did the Khan yell.
Oh yeah,
I was laughing so hard because it's like, no, are you really doing this?
It's like, oh no. Oh my god, it's he doesn't have the pipes. He didn't have the pipes for it, and yeah.
What is clipping her hair, by the way?
It's the green screen, and
but
hair,
look, I assume
she moves. She doesn't have the green, so she doesn't have like the camera and the green screen set up to the point that, and this does happen with people who have this,
I know.
So it's clipping through because there's enough. There's
enough space in her hair. Okay.
Her hair's light enough, and there's enough that it's cutting through. It's like, so when you're using Photoshop and you use like the magic wand to like select like a huge thing, and then like you get where it's enough of like an area is light enough to think it's this other color, and it just kind of snatch it. That's exactly what that looks like. Because it's pretty smooth on every other front. It's just because I think of the blonde hair, that the green is shining through it too much to pick it up. So, yeah. Let's see.
I would look back at this movie after doing my recent rewatches of older Trek shows and say,
wow, I like the, Star Trek the Motion Picture, a sexual analysis. I don't even want to know. Did y'all see that? Hold on.
Sadly, I think I can see where that might be going.
Oh.
I don't know if we want to tackle that one.
I don't want to. I'm moving on. Okay.
I mean, there are
Yeah.
sexual themes to it. I will admit that.
I only watched it once, and I have to admit, I was not thinking about that during that movie. So
Well, I mean, the whole Decker and the bald chick subtext. Because they had a past relationship, and then when she died, he basically gives up his life to be with her at the end.
okay.
There's also the metaphor during the scene where I think it's Spock when he's outside the ship and he's flying through whatever.
Yeah.
There is like a giant orifice that resembles
Oh no.
a hoo-ha.
We're going there. Okay.
Yeah, it's
What
I
about,
I can see it. I can see there being a enough there to do a commentary on it. I
Okay.
don't know how this person would do. Yeah, Ilea, thank you, Clobbering Times. Yes, Decker and Ilea.
Okay. Is that how you?
I don't know what Eris wants me to say on her show or not.
Oh no, that's perfect. That's hilarious. I love that. Let's keep it. You could have used pretty much anything, but that was the best option. That's amazing. Well done. Yes.
It's the funniest.
Yes. Oh my god, that's amazing. All right, I'm gonna keep that. Oh no, I minimized it. No. Okay, there you go. That. Yeah. No, I don't want to watch it later. As me. Okay.
This movie did perfectly change Star Trek in a way that feels like it lost a bit of its identity.
It did.
Wait a second. Oh.
Okay.
Wait.
All right. I agreed with that point.
Trek shows and say, yeah, maybe this movie did irrevocably change Star Trek in a way
Hold on.
after doing my recent rewatches
Okay,
of
here we
older
go.
Trek shows and say, yeah, maybe this movie did irrevocably change Star Trek in a way that feels like it lost a bit of its identity. But you know what the real truth is? This movie gets Star Trek.
Wait. I'm confused now.
Much confusion.
Okay, try rewinding a little. Yeah, rewind a little bit more.
Yeah,
Let's get the full sentence. Like, is she saying that I thought upon rewatching it
over to Discovery and
Yeah, hold on a second.
Picard, I was worried that maybe this movie hadn't aged well or didn't fit with my picture of it in my mind. That somehow I would look back at this movie after doing my recent rewatches of older Trek shows and say, yeah, maybe this movie did irrevocably change Star Trek in a way that feels like it lost a bit of its identity. But you know what the real truth is?
Okay.
This movie gets Star Trek. It really does.
How?
I haven't heard a point yet. You just told me that. You told me some themes. Subjective takes, and then you told me that it's Star Trek. And you've contradicted yourself several times.
Yes, Clobbering Times, that's correct. Ilea is Deltan, and they have a very strong effect on men. Or there's also the theory of, because she mentions the oath of celibacy.
Mm-hmm.
I like the theory of she's just letting Kirk know.
It's like
like
that one episode of X-Files with the shapeshifter. Kind of like that. It gives off that heavy, oh wow, I'm forgetting the word. Pheromones? That kind of...
I'm not familiar with the X-Files all that much.
My God.
Sorry.
My God. Cancel Josh. Hashtag cancel Josh. Wait, no.
Yeah.
I can't really say anything because, I'm covering a Star Trek video and I haven't watched all of Star Trek yet. I haven't seen Galaxy Quest. I can't say anything. All right, I'm going to move on. Or cancel myself in the process.
there are some cracks in the seams, issues that would continually grow throughout Star Trek from this point.
Oh, good. Yes, yeah. Well done. Yeah, I agree. Yes, there are cracks that become gaping canyons. Cannon. It's a gaping canyon. There are lots of gaps in the canon now. Put it that way.
That have become an unfortunate part of this era of Trek. But there's also a ton of beauty and elegance in this modern flavor of Trek that all started here in Star Trek 2009.
You know, she could have just said, I like this thing. This is why I like this thing.
But she's not bringing up any actual evidence to support her claims. She's just saying these things.
Yeah. I believed in you. Still better than Renegade Cut, but I believed in you.
Oh, she's still far and away the best person we've covered.
Oh, yeah. She made some good points. Not points. I'm sorry. She said things I agree with. No, points have not been made, but I do agree with a couple of things that you've said. So, you know, my brain actually doesn't feel like it's melted yet. There was a few points where it started to boil, but it didn't actually melt. So
this video started off very, very rough.
Yeah, but it's actually gotten better. All right, and the music is actually helping a little bit. So
I've always said this isn't to say that this has to be the flavor of Star Trek that you like. That's the joy of having a 50-year-old franchise that's still...
Fair enough. This isn't your flavor, Star Trek. Okay, fair enough. All right. It's a lot kinder way of putting it. If you don't like it, don't watch it. I actually like the way that's put. There's different flavors of Star Trek, and if you didn't like this one, it's okay. So she's not demonizing everyone who didn't like this, which is a step up than what usually happens at this point.
Yes.
So well done. Okay. She's
although she did point out in the previous video that, as she put it, almost everyone that criticizes Discovery views it through the lens of canon and not judging it on its own merits, whereas that's just factually wrong. There are several people who actually review the show and you point out all the extremely obvious logical flaws and how poorly written it is.
It's a sci-fi show that has sonar in space. You literally cannot have sonar in space because space is a vacuum. There's nothing to... That's not how that works. No, okay.
Still growing. There are so many different ways and parts to appreciate. Yet no matter which version of Star Trek is our favorites, as a Trek community, we all still love that same core of Trek that I think still exists in this film, and the parts of the franchise that followed it. And you know what?
But,
That's totally
okay. But how? You aren't explaining how.
She thinks that, but I don't know how yet. We still got like 5 minutes. Okay, a miracle could happen. I don't know. I'm holding out. I'm holding out hope a little bit.
All right.
Hopefully, maybe.
It doesn't invalidate my fandom as a Trek fan, nor does it invalidate yours. Star Trek had, at that point...
Okay, another fucking quote that I don't care about. Because it doesn't mean anything to me to throw a quote up on the screen that of somebody who didn't probably fulfill what the fuck they're saying.
It's funny she hasn't like mentioned any. I don't think she's ever had any quotes from Roberto Orci, who was the actual Star Trek fan of the group.
Oh, no.
I haven't seen any quotes from him. It's been JJ or Alex Kurtzman. Not that Roberto Orci is great either. He also has problems.
Yeah, I mean, fuck. Every great director has done bad things. Like every, and you have to also remember, not making him innocent in this, but if he was the only one, what was the chances of him? I'm assuming they voted by majority in anything that they had questions of. And he was probably dismissed quite a few times too. It's not saying that he didn't. I'm just saying without that, it might have been worse. There's a possibility it might have been worse. At least they went through and did that portion where they had somebody who kind of knew what they were doing on the set. So at least they did that. Which I can't say for modern day, like Discovery, that they actually did. They followed through with that.
No. But Jonathan Frakes has directed a couple episodes. Yeah, whatever. Directors on TV shows don't have that much power because like the structure and the tone is kind of set. You just basically need to work with your actors. And from what I've heard, most of the episodes that Jonathan Frakes did do, the acting was better in those films or in those episodes, but he directed 2 of the movies. One of them is god awful. He directed Insurrection.
Oh, it's all good. It doesn't. Go take care of doggos. Go take care of doggos.
See you, Lady Mist.
Very important to take care of doggos.
Have fun in the void.
Yep. Doggo void? Void doggos. Are they
Void
like
doggos.
void doggos?
Over 40 years of history and a fan base that's incredibly intelligent and passionate about what they feel is true or not true to Star Trek. Figuring out how to bring new life to it, while staying true to everything everyone knows about Trek, was obviously very challenging. And wonderful, because we were in this kind of crazy, miraculous position of getting to make these movies which inspired us as kids for a whole new generation of kids.
Wow.
I want to end this video with one last thought.
No.
Like I said in part 1 of this series,
Oh my god.
We were both trying to pause it.
make these movies which inspired us as kids for a whole new generation of kids.
Okay.
All right, there we go. Sorry about that. Okay.
So he said a thing, didn't follow through with the thing he said.
Okay, so Star Trek had, at that point, over 40 years of history of a fan base that's incredibly intelligent and passionate of what they feel is true or not true to Star Trek. That is true. That is a true statement.
Okay.
Okay, so you're good there, Alex.
All right.
Figuring out how to bring new life to it while staying true to everything everyone knows about Trek was very challenging and wonderful because that's a period.
Yeah, that's a period. So that's the end of the sentence, and then I'm guessing, and wonderful because and like, very challenging and wonderful because we were in this kind of crazy miraculous position of getting to make these movies, which inspired us. I almost said impaired, which inspired us as kids. For a whole new generation of kids. I can say. I've said this several times even in this stream. I got into Star Trek after watching this one. Now, it was also the result of seeing a Priceline Negotiator commercial and laughing my ass off at the fact that was supposed to be the original Captain Kirk. And I just had to see him in original Captain Kirk form because I knew William Shatner more as a Priceline Negotiator than I knew him as Captain Kirk. So that was a very interesting transition. But they did succeed in that because I'm proof that they succeeded in that.
Mm-hmm.
Just one person can make that statement true because I wasn't. Now, I will also say that after watching the original material and going back and rewatching this movie, and with the knowledge, because I wasn't going to rewatch Beyond or Into Darkness, especially not Into Darkness, I am I have a different perspective on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said last time when we covered part 1, I can see a different way they could have done this. It's not perfect. Like I said, it's Star Trek 0. It's like the most bare of bare minimum that it takes in my mind to be a Star Trek movie. Like the barest of it. And it's not good Star Trek. Better than Generations? Yes. And that's not good Star Trek either. So we're not talking about good Star Trek, but we're talking about something I do consider actually Star Trek. I wouldn't consider Into Darkness Star Trek, to be perfectly honest. Beyond doesn't seem very Star Trek to me either. In fact, I would go as far to say, like, it seems, after I've been watching Battlestar Galactica, it is more of a Battlestar Galactica movie than it is a Star Trek movie.
Well, here's the bizarre thing. Because while structurally, Beyond is the worst of all of the Abrams films, but Kurtzman and Abrams had almost nothing to do with it, and I actually felt it tonally was closer to Star Trek than any of the other films. Didn't mean it was a good movie.
Yeah. Into Darkness, definitely not.
Oh, Into Darkness is god awful.
Say Discovery and Picard, I haven't really watched either one of them, but I can just tell you from looking at the trailers how dark and grim it is. That's not Star Trek.
I have seen just 2 episodes of Discovery, and I don't know how people who review it, like, you know, like Loki or Nerderotic, I don't know how they do it. The show is just awful, and I've only seen 2 episodes. Yeah, I saw the premiere episode of Picard, and I had zero interest after that because I could tell it was going to be awful. Then I tried watching the first episode of Lower Decks. Now, my wife and I are also big fans of animation. So we were willing. So we're both Star Trek fans, and we like animation. So you had 2 pluses already for it. We shut it off after 8 minutes because we just couldn't handle how insipid it was. We just we were constantly yelling at them, "Shut up."
Yeah, I didn't watch Lower Decks for one simple reason. I am sick and tired of that fucking animation style, and
there's that too.
I won't watch it. I don't care.
That Cal Art style. I'm so tired of it.
I refuse. I will not watch it because I'm so sick and tired of it. It is everywhere, and it is not good. It's not. It's not very good. It's not. So,
but it looks like Rick and Morty. I don't care.
Not even, actually. Rick and Morty is it's more Family Guy, like bad Family Guy too. It's not good, and everyone has that style now, and it's nauseating. I hate that style. You know, you can't have beautiful animation. I've watched enough anime. Okay, I know I've seen beautiful animation.
Oh yeah,
I know what it looks like, and that is so minimal. It's so boring and dull. I'm not gonna watch it, and that is why I'm watching it. So
I mean, and I will admit, the Star Trek Lower Decks animation is more fluid than the animated series.
Well, the animated series was also a product of its time.
Yes, the animated series was by Filmation way back in the day.
Really?
You know, I mean, it predates He-Man. So they had very, very, very limited budget. So the animation was rather cheap. But they were pretty well-written stories. They got a little crazy. like giant Spock giving himself a mind meld was just weird.
I like the giant ocean planet episode.
That was a good one. Yeah, I like that one.
That was good. That was one of the better ones, yeah.
I like the one where Spock went back in time and was with his pet.
Yeah, that was good. Good.
It's like it's such a simple idea for an episode. It's it's clearly made for children, but the stories were, for the most part, they felt Star Trek. And I didn't mind the animation designs. The animation itself could be a little wonky, like suddenly, there's Scotty like talking on the intercom and they forgot to give him his legs, so his upper body is just floating there.
Yeah, it wasn't the best, but it had more life in it than Lower Decks. The art style did. So
yeah. And again, I will freely acknowledge Filmation had very limited budget.
Yeah, that's what.
But I will watch that over Lower Decks because I got 8 minutes in and I just couldn't tolerate it. It was terrible.
Oh, I just saw the art style. I didn't even get to watching an episode. I don't even think I saw a trailer. I just saw a picture of the art style and I was like, nope.
Yeah.
Nope, you don't get that. And my time is very finite on this planet. I have a limited time to spare on this planet. I don't live forever, and I'm not going to waste it on watching this fucking show. So,
yep, Walter Koenig wrote the Infinite Vulcan. the only episode of the animated series where the entire cast was involved in.
Yeah.
And he wrote an interesting episode.
I mean, come on, like, group project. It's going to be interesting.
I mean, Spock's body is about to die because his mind has been put into the giant Spock. So Spock has lost his mind and his body is threatening to die again.
Yeah, it's great. Hey guys, everyone, we all love that one episode, so let's do it again. Round two. Let's do it. We got this.
So when they had to put Spock's Katra back into his body, that was the third time Spock was without his mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. Round three. Technically, I mean, you have Spock's brain, and then you have Wrath of Khan, and then you have, yeah.
Oh, there was also the episode with those space beings that it would inhabit their bodies, and their mind and their consciousness went into those giant lamps or whatever those balls.
Round four. It's getting ridiculous. Y'all stop vacating.
Spock, I guess, just has a rotating door in his mind.
Yeah, it's like, all right, who wants to rip my body out today? How many credits will that be?
To end this video with one last thought.
Oh.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Like I said in part 1 of this series, Star Trek 2009 was the first Star Trek movie I got to actually see on the big.
Same, actually. Actually, I didn't see it on the big screen, but this is the first Star Trek movie I saw. So, all right.
Oh, was Into Darkness the first one you saw on the screen?
No, yes, actually.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, it gets worse. So my first Star Trek movie was Into Darkness on the big screen, and my first, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, my first Star Wars experience on the big screen, because I can't remember if I went to go see Force Awakens on the big screen. My first Star Wars experience on the big screen as a fan was Last Jedi.
Oh.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan. I really wasn't. I wouldn't have considered me a fan. I had seen all of them, but it wasn't until after Carrie Fisher died that I got into Star Wars. Really, got into Star Wars. And actually rewatched the movies and appreciated them for what they were. But I didn't really do that when I was younger. And so, yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, 50th anniversary is when I got into Doctor Who. Let's see.
Okay, that one's not a bad one.
No, but it was the last good one.
Capaldi has a few decent episodes.
Yeah, but it has her and
I know. I like the train episode.
I don't like Clara. Clara's annoying. I want to punch her in the face. They couldn't even kill her properly. I was cheering. I jumped up, cheered when she died. They couldn't get that to me. No, we're gonna be lesbians, immortal lesbians in space.
Yeah.
You know, that would be a funny trope to just like see randomly start popping up immortal lesbians in space. Yeah, I would like that. It's such a bizarre, like very specific trope to like have start popping up everywhere.
But you want a what now?
Your movie isn't even in space. There's just a scene where there's just a lesbian couple in space just floating around. Oh god. See, I got the a couple Christmases ago. I got the 50th anniversary, and it has all the movies, bonus footage. Has the theatrical and director cut of Wrath of Khan animation series and all 3 seasons of the original series. So, yeah, on a neat little box. I have it up.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty. I like it. Has like little art and a little badge and shit. I would love to see them come out with something like that for Discovery. Sadly enough, I've seen the vinyls for both Picard and Discovery, and they're like awesome looking. And there's like,
and very few people buy them.
Yeah, it's like, why did you make it look so cool? That's not fair. They look way better than the show was. That should be a crime. You should be allowed to make something look so amazing when it's not. What is this?
But wasn't specifically what made this film special for me. No, Star Trek 2009 was special for me for something else.
Okay.
It was the first time that I got to see Star Trek with friends. Star Trek.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to be an ass here. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care that was the first time you've seen it with friends and that was the first time you saw it on the big screen. I don't care, sweetheart. That doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah. Okay. So first Star Trek film I saw in the theaters with friends, not just you know me going by myself or taking my sister, was Into Darkness.
Oh.
Yeah, because I'm old enough to have seen, I guess Star Trek V was the first one that came out after I was born.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I know.
How dare you be born when you were born?
I know.
That's some kind of ism. I'm sure of it. I just have to think hard enough.
It's an oldism.
Yeah, oldism.
An oldism. But you know, I grew up in middle of nowhere, Wisconsin.
Oh no.
When we went to the movies, we made sure it was a movie the whole family wanted to go see because it took a while to go get to the movie theater. And my sister did not care about Star Trek at the time. She's a fan now. And my mom was kind of just indifferent. So I didn't see any of the Star Trek films that were released when I was a kid. We got them. I remember renting them from Blockbuster because remember video stores?
Oh, I preferred Hollywood Video. They were better.
We didn't have Hollywood Video where I was. Middle of nowhere, Wisconsin.
Oh, right, yeah. No, we had a Blockbuster and then we had a Hollywood Video like across the street. So we went to the Blockbuster for a while and then I don't remember what event it was. I think we were trying to find a movie and then we went to Hollywood Video and we were just like, oh, this is way better. We just kept going. Way better than Blockbuster. Screw Blockbuster. We don't need it.
The fact that Blockbuster had the opportunity to buy Netflix is just staggering to me.
Hilarious. I forgot about that.
they were willing to sell Blockbuster the whole streaming service and just, cash out and be done with it. They said no. That ends up being the dumbest decision they could have ever have made.
Yep.
Anyway, so I didn't see any of the Star Trek films in theaters. I think Nemesis was the first one I actually saw in theaters. And that was mostly due to, the advertising was it's the last film that they're going to be making with Next Gen, and I grew up watching Next Generation. So I went to go see the theater for that. I didn't see the others in theaters. And then I took my sister to 09 because we were both Star Trek fans at that point. The first one that I actually went to the theaters with friends to go see was Into Darkness. So that's not special to me.
I get it. It's like I kind of get it in a way, but at the same time, it's like
Yeah.
This again. I've said several times in this stream. This was my first Star Trek movie. This is what got me into Star Trek. I have a soft spot for it, but I am not. I do not just let everything be okay. Like I don't just let it all fly, right? I'm not super easy on it, but I will defend its purpose and that it succeeded because I am an example of how it succeeded, right? So I will defend that. That being said, I don't think it's a good Star Trek movie. I don't think it's a good movie, period.
Mm-hmm.
All right? I actually used to have a Star Trek 2009 poster, and I got rid of it. And you know what I replaced it with? Raiders of the Lost Ark, the OG poster.
Nice.
The one that says, like the Indiana Jones, the new hero from the creators of Jaws and Star Wars, like before it became a franchise, like the OG theater poster. Like I have that instead. Hanging up on my wall.
I also miss when theater posters had like artwork instead of just Photoshop work done.
Well, see, as somebody who loves Photoshopping, I have mixed feelings about that. See, because I like it. I think a poster is like a book cover. It's an art. And so I still, even though I've seen Wonder Woman 1984, and I do not like Wonder Woman 1984 at all. In fact, I have to stop myself from thinking about it too much because it makes me mad. I love the posters for Wonder Woman 1984. I think that was great. They were great posters, but it was not a good movie. And I wish at least there was a little bit of a give and take, like the art. If you're gonna have just Photoshop as your posters, put a little bit of thought into them, right? Like all the Marvel posters started to blend together. Ragnarok really did something different with their posters, but they'd all started to just be like, look, protagonists looking that way, and other protagonists looking that way. Oh, there's villain looking this direction, and it's a black background, and it's, big title of movie on poster. That's it. It just started all melding into that. And, when it becomes a little bit more unique, a little bit more, like they realize that poster making in itself is kind of an art form that, there's something there, at least. But it is your advertisement. It's what people, you have to remember that people might put that up on their walls. So you want it to look good. So anyway. Oh yeah. I remember that.
Yeah.
It is not con. We promise. It is not. Nope. It's not. And everyone was just like,
it's con.
Okay.
We know it's con.
All right. Yeah, you said it's not con. Fine. Like, we still kind of think it's con, but we'll take your word for it a little bit, and then then you have them going like, oh no. It is gone. It's gone. Oh no. Oh no. What have we done? But yeah, you took the best Star Trek movie and you made it shit. Well done. Bravo. Excellent. Oh no. What is this?
I mean, look at that.
Yeah, no.
It's illustrated and everything.
cool.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, if they want to mix that in, I think that's cool. Like, I don't mind a mixing in of the.
Yeah, I mean, so much care had to be done with this.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
I'm not sure why the Enterprise is firing on the space station, but whatever.
It looks like a penis, and it must die.
That's fair.
Yep, that's why. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Let's we got this. We're almost done.
Yep.
It was and is honestly probably the equivalent to a moral compass for me, like religion is for others.
What 2009 Star Trek is your fucking religion? Moral compass?
Or is going to the theater with friends your moral compass? What?
Hold on. Un momento. We're just gonna.
Else. It was the first time that I got to see Star Trek with friends. Star Trek was and is honestly probably the equivalent to a moral compass for me, like religion is for others. But one of the things.
Okay. Okay. I will say this as a Trekkie. You don't use a fictional TV show as your religion.
Yeah, no.
Star Trek, don't. I don't care how much you love it. Don't. No, that's weird. That I will say that is weird. That's a bit weird.
There are a lot of good messages in Star Trek. I do not base my moral compass off of a TV show.
No, I would highly suggest people do not do that. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Things about something that's core to your heart and your values is that it's something that you want to share, that you get excited to share with others. It's important to you to want to show others the same joy that you feel.
No,
Is she holding her phone?
That's a fan. What?
Is she holding her phone during this?
Oh no! Wait. What do you? No. That's a remote. That's a remote.
Oh.
Camera and shit. Yeah. I think that's what that looks like. That looks like a remote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or maybe maybe the remote for like the
lighting or like something. I don't
or
know.
I was thinking maybe for the projector on her screen that she's reading off of or something.
It might be. Actually, that's really clever to have like a projection of like what you're gonna say, so that like when you're reading it off, you. I like that. Okay, that's good. Okay, I have to say that's a remote for the camera. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think because I have one. I have like a remote for a camera. But. Do you have any ideas how many people in the last 2K Cindy put the Rangers down as Jedi? I don't want to know. I want to have faith in humanity. Do not tell me the answer to that question, or I don't want to know. It's a bit of trivia. I just rather not know. I hope they did it as a meme, but I've been on this planet long enough that I know some didn't, and I don't want to know how many didn't. So I'm just gonna. Whew, okay.
And your values is that it's something that you want to share, that you get excited to share with others. It's important.
Okay, yeah, that is a remote.
Yeah. Also, if you're gonna do this, put down the remote.
Yes.
You kind of broke our concentration on it. That's just kind of like that's a small like error. That's not really big at all, but
Clobbering Times has a good point. Real Trek had some validity as philosophical guide in some respects, but she's making a bit of a stretch with the whole moral compass thing.
I would say, yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, because keep in mind, Star Trek also promotes the idea of non-interference to the point of letting people die. That's a bit much.
What a Prime Directive is. I know they don't take it as seriously, but that's kind of what the idea is, and they and yeah, that's kind of what they were going for. In fact, I think it's even said sometimes where it's like, no, gotta let them go.
Mm-hmm. Or, I mean, there's an episode of Enterprise very early on, season 1, where they come across a species that has a genetic disorder, and they're dying out. And Dr. Phlox even comes up with a projection that they have about 2 centuries left to live before their whole species is dead. But because they feel it is the natural order of their planet, they don't develop the cure. Well, no, they develop a cure, then don't give it to them.
Oh, that's awful.
I hate it. I hate that episode.
Yeah, that sounds bad, I'll be honest.
Yeah. What's it called? Dear Doctor, because it's the first episode where we got to spend time with Dr. Phlox, and it's just like, okay,
Oh,
I don't like you, Dr. Phlox.
This is why we hadn't done this. Okay, all right, excellent. All right, yeah, let's not do that again.
Yeah.
All right.
You want to show others the same joy that you feel. But as a kid, when I was in love with Star Trek, I was bullied all the time.
Uh-huh. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else want to? No? Anybody else? Anybody else bullied that came out? But she's 22, by the way. She's younger than me. And I wasn't bullied for liking things. I was bullied because people didn't like me as a person. Not because of the things I didn't like. So, hey, look at that. No, they just didn't like me, not the things I liked. Also, if she's 22, nerd culture was starting to become mainstream.
Yeah.
So, and okay, so is Star Trek 2009 really Trek? I still don't know why it's supposed to be really Trek. And you telling me that you were bullied.
Yeah, it's called growing up.
I don't want to sound rude, but I still don't care. Like, it doesn't. Lots of nerds were bullied.
Yeah, I was.
You know, I was bullied for other reasons, I guess, but it's not. I got over it, and that doesn't make you being bullied doesn't make Star Trek 2009 a good movie. I'm just gonna put that out there too.
The ammunition that was used against me was that I was a nerd, that I liked Star Trek. Anytime I brought a Star Trek book or something into school, I was mercilessly made fun of.
I don't care. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened to you, but that doesn't matter in what you're trying to say in this video.
Your pain doesn't make you special.
It's an appeal to an emotion. It's a logical fallacy, and I'm looking at this through an objective lens. It does not matter that you were bullied. I'm sorry it happened to you. It happened to all of us, and I understand your pain. I empathize with you. I will not give you my sympathy. I will not give you my pity, because I am viewing you as an equal human being, and I'm going to kindly ask you to get over it and just inform you that it does not make a good movie. Your bullying at school for being a Trekkie does not make this a good movie. It doesn't. Sorry. It doesn't. So.
One of the books that I was actually got stolen from me and returned to me with all the pages ripped out, so I was never able to actually...
Okay, they must die. They violated a book. These people must die. They have violated a book. They ripped all the pages out. That's rude. But they didn't even recycle them. That's rude. That's very rude.
No. Okay. You went through a hard time when you were a kid. Welcome to life.
It made you stronger, didn't it? That's
Did it? She's reading on YouTube.
I know, but it's supposed to make you stronger. And whether or not, okay, I'll take that back. That you could have taken 2 paths. I'm not sure which path you took. This video isn't convincing me you took a path to make you stronger. Just kind of disappointing, to be perfectly honest. But maybe reflect on these experiences and grow up and become a better person for it. I said, she seemed like a nice person. I don't really, unlike Renegade Cut, who seems like a complete asshole. She actually seems like a pretty nice person. And
I don't have anything against her personally.
Really mind her, but it's like I can't. Apparently, no one else has told you this in your life, but you can't use bullying as a reason to why a movie is objectively good. Your personal experience does not make a difference on how this movie is. It's just I now know that why you're so heavily biased with this movie. I get it, because you were bullied for doing Star Trek for being into Star Trek, and this was the first movie you watched with friends. And I'm guessing you didn't have a whole lot of friends. Well, join the club on that front. I didn't have a whole lot of friends either. And I was also bullied. I took a different approach. And I advise you to do the same approach I did, which is get over it. Tough love. There's some tough love from your girl Eris. So.
Yeah.
Finish it. This day, I actually don't finish that specific Star Trek book because it kind of brings back those rough memories for me.
Oh my God.
Like I said before.
Read the book and as a final defiance to the bully.
She moved away from the U.S. to Australia. Oh, she went into the pit of giant spiders. She has to be brave. I agree. Giant monster spiders. Yeah, the giant monster spiders in Australia. She went there on purpose.
Okay.
That's bravery, I gotta admit. Yeah. Have you ever seen the giant spiders they have there? It's like Satan in animal form. Like, you could eat your face. You're so big. Yes, this is a joke. I'm not being serious. But, yeah, no, I get there's this level of trauma, obviously. I would deal with that because that trauma is going to haunt you for the rest of your... Trauma doesn't just magically poof, go away. You have to deal with it. You have to address it, and you've already admitted it in a way, so bravo. That's at least step one, Sometimes people don't even get to that. Yeah. You're going to be in denial until you've gotten past the denial, which is one of the hardest phases, so well done. You need to get over this. So, I don't know. I just becoming a stronger person is the best way you can get back, and becoming a strong, successful person is the best way you can get back to people who bully you and don't like you and try to make your life a living hell. That's the best way you can do it. Is
grow, it's called standing up for yourself.
Grow, become happy, become successful. It's like it's the same.
Yeah, Australia has the trapdoor spider. Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, like I said, she has to be brave to be willing to go over to Satan Spiderland. It's the drop bear. The drop. I don't. Okay, all of Australia is like the failed experiments of God in the animal kingdom, just collectively on one continent. That's what Australia is. There you
go. Oh, did I forget to? Did I put the placenta in the kangaroo? No. Okay. Well, the fetus just has to crawl out and go to the porch and go to this pouch thing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay.
Ah, yes. All these teddy bears that climb trees and eat bamboo that are secretly menaces to society. Right, yeah, okay. Yeah, let's do that.
You mean eucalyptus?
Whatever. Same thing. Eucalyptus. It's bamboo and eucalyptus are the same thing, alright?
One's from China, one's from Australia.
Don't tell anyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have 5 minutes left.
At the time, I was really alone and isolated in my love for this one thing. I felt like I was the only person who knew why this was special. That got this feeling of joy and inspiration that humanity could and would be better through Star Trek, and I felt like I had no one to share that with. But this Star Trek 2009 movie was the first movie that spoke to me as a Trek fan, and yet also managed to entice new people into it.
Okay, 22. She's 22 years old. So this was made, I think, in 2020, this video.
Mm-hmm.
So how old is she? Was she when she saw 2009 Star Trek?
So she would have been 11.
Okay. By the way, you're not supposed to go into a movie theater when it's like PG-13 by yourself as an 11-year-old. Bad parents. I'm joking, obviously. 11. Okay, I could see that, but you're 22 now. So, like I said, that was a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not over that trauma. You need to get over it. However you want to get over that, it's up to you. But you need to get over it.
I can think back to traumatic events. There was a girlfriend who broke my heart. I got over it, and I'm married now. I don't think about her anymore.
You shouldn't. I would say, yeah, probably healthy.
Everyone goes through trauma. It's part of life.
Yeah.
So you deal with it and you move on.
It's a circle of life. Dun, 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 dun. Na, 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 na.
Are you reminding me of when Disney was quality?
Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Ching. Like, oh, that's not the right noise. Boom. It's like, boom. There you go. There's the right noise. Anyway, carry on.
When I asked some of whom had been my bullies years earlier, hey, would you come watch Star Trek with me? They said, yes.
Whoa, wait. Hold on. Plot twist. Most interesting part of the video so far.
All right, okay, so
what? How are you not over this?
So these kids were bullies, and then they went to go see a friend.
Then they became your friends.
So that sounds like kids being kids.
So okay, they were bullying you, and then they
because
became
kids
your
are
friends.
assholes.
Yeah, kids are generally assholes, and then they became your friends.
That sounds like growing up.
Actually, not only did you like have the balls to fucking approach your bullies and ask them to go see a movie with you, they went with you. How are you not over this?
Yeah.
Everyone else is apparently, and you helped them grow up to be better people, I guess, in this aspect. What is happening at the moment? What? How is she the only one that's not over this? That's actually sad. That's a bit sad. I'll be honest. That's the saddest part I've heard so far. Is that your bullies became your friends, and you're still traumatized over them?
Apparently. It's like,
how are
you?
How?
I mean, okay. So you were bullied as a kid, and then years later they want to go to. Oh, Lady Miss changed her avatar. That's adorable.
It's a doggo. Doggo. Boy doggo.
But they went to go see the movie with you. So you clearly were friends at that point.
Yeah, okay. Let me tell you something. People who didn't like me in high school and bullied me, they did not ever want, until one of them apologized, and actually that kind of made everything better, but like the leader, quote unquote. And then we ended up becoming friends. So I understand your bully, you being a bully, you having bullies and then becoming friends with that bully, because I've done that before. But I look back on that and I'm kind of like, yeah, that did happen. But I look back on that person not as a former bully, but someone that became my friend. I don't look at her as a bully anymore because she became my friend. And we parted on good terms. Like it completely changed everything. So I'm not still traumatized over it. Like I'll talk about it, but I'm not still traumatized over it. And to the point that I couldn't like read something or deal with something or watch something that it was connected to that. You know, like you're not over it, and they are. You know, and I'm over mine, and so was she. We both got over it. We became good friends. You know,
Or conversely, I had a bully when I was in high school, and after like an actual fight broke out, and we were both sent to the principal's office.
Oh my goodness, fighting Josh, the fighting fox.
Well, more.
No, just
I was
go out and
I was perfectly willing to stand up for myself, and then he was like a foot taller than I am, and he kind of showed. Yeah, I know.
He proved that there was height advantage. All right, moving on.
He was also training to go into the Marines, so he was also strong.
He was a giant, and you were
So yeah, it's like I just got tired of his shit, and I took a stand, and then he
actually pretty impressive. Nice
went,
job.
and then he just gave me a really, really, really strong shove, and I went flying through the doors.
Oh man.
But yeah, we were both called to the principal's office, and the principal basically just told us, "Look, he's a senior, you're a junior. Just avoid each other for the rest of the year." And that's what we did.
No. So it's like I'm giving her good faith that she isn't using this for emotional manipulation. I'm good faith for her. All right. She hasn't like really been that bad so far. She just hasn't really said anything, other than her own subjective opinion. And it's just like, well, I don't. You're not over something you should be over, and you need to get over it. Everyone else, like I said, is over it. They're over it to the point that they're willing to go see a movie with you. Bullies don't do that. I'll tell you that. They don't really do that. Unless they've at least become like at least somewhat of a friend, an acquaintance enough that you would do that. And you calling them your bullies, I hope to God that you didn't actually become friends, even though it sounds like you did, because I would be really offended if I was a friend of yours and you called me in a video your bullies still.
Even
Even
if you're just
how you're remembered. Didn't call them your friend. I talked to them, and my bullies became my friends, and then continued to address them as a friend. No, she's still calling them their bullies. I have my bullies to go there. It's like, well, we're not agreeing.
I thought we put that behind us, man. Come on.
Yeah, like that's okay.
All right.
And they became Trek fans too, to this day. And that final scene between the two.
Okay, I don't know. I'm starting to think that's a whole fake story. I don't even know anymore. I don't know.
Or is she just that emotionally shallow?
I don't know. That's very strange.
And this is a great pause on Leonard.
Yes. So okay, let me get this straight. You invited your friends to go see a movie with you of a series that you didn't know anything about. And they said, yeah, and then they became fans afterwards.
Apparently.
I feel like there's something missing there, but okay.
Spock's. Nimoy isn't just saying good luck to the younger version of Spock.
He is.
He's not even saying good luck just to Zachary Quinto for taking on the mantle of Spock.
He was.
No, Nimoy is saying good luck to all of us.
No.
To the
Okay, that's some projection because I,
Yeah.
as a new Star Trek fan from this movie, read it as not even knowing who Zachary Quinto, Leonard Nimoy, like kind of this setup that we're having. It's like he was telling Spock that, and now I can see it as okay. He was telling Zachary Quinto that too in a way. And if the whole crew was there, I could see that as and good luck. Yeah, but that was a passing of the torch moment that I can see now. He wasn't telling that to me though. He wasn't telling me like, good luck. I hope you watch my shit. It was better, FYI. But I hope you watch my shit. Good luck watching this. I don't agree with that, but okay.
next generation that gets to carry the torch of Star Trek forward.
Okay, the other generation hasn't died yet. Okay. Okay. Just FYI, they are older. They're not dead. Okay, like for the most part.
Yeah.
So
even people who were old enough to have watched Star Trek while it was on originally back in the 1960s.
Yeah. My grandfather watched it on the original run when it first came out. Yeah, I'm a third generation Trekkie. So like I know, but let me tell you something else. I think the fans of TNG when it first came out also feels like they carried the torch.
I watched TNG while it was on.
So I would say that the first carriers of the torch would be the TNG people.
Hi.
Everything after that, Yeah.
Just saying hi.
Oh, hi.
Because
Oh,
I
yes.
watched.
Yeah. You're an example of that, right? Yeah, I would say TNG people were the first torch carriers, quote unquote, of Star Trek, because that was the first time there was a new iteration of Star Trek. Every Star Trek after that, it wasn't as big a surprise as TNG was. And then I would say 2009 Star Trek was another carrying of the torch. I would say that was a different one. In kind of a different way, but it still was a torch carrying.
You could even argue that the Next Generation era, which covered Next Generation to the end of Enterprise, that lasted 18 years. So like you could argue that there's a generation that was raised with both.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just I agree that it was a torch passing movie.
Yes.
And it was successful in getting a new generation of people in Star Trek. I will agree with that.
Yes, I would agree with that too.
And it wasn't the first one though. I will disagree with that.
To say that we may take different forms and faces over the years, the message of belief in our future will always carry on.
Okay, if it's written correctly, it will carry on. You have to write it so that the message actually is there in order for it to carry on. All right, Ethan Peck will not be remembered, and you better hope and pray he's not remembered as being Spock.
I like science.
Science, good science. Science, good. Good science. Science of goodness, goodly of science. Such good is science, much of the good. Okay.
Yeah.
And that is what is most important.
Okay, you said that like 4 times. What is the most important?
Yeah, what is the most important?
Is it the logical, emotional thing? Is it the fact that this was your first Star Trek movie with friends? Is it like the torch passing? Is it this scene just by itself? Is it whatever you just said? Because I lost my train of thought.
You couldn't avoid having the sun act as a lens flare.
To be fair, depending on your angle.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. But he's using it as a lens flare.
You could have waited like 10 minutes for the sun to pass by. What? Because not that the sun moves, but like for Earth to rotate just a smidgen so that it's not there. Oh, it does make him look like more angelic. So I will say that's pretty
That's true.
angelic Leonard Nimoy. I like it.
All right, let's finish
Not
this.
petty squabbles over canon or visuals or
Okay. Why'd you ruin it?
There we go.
He squabbles over canon. I'm not even gonna fucking. I'm not even touching that. I already fucking talked about that in the last video. No,
Yeah.
honey, no. Canon's important, and I'm sorry you don't think it is, but it is, and it's like, okay. This is why canon's important. Having the correct events of history and knowing what they are is important because it creates, it allows us to learn from our mistakes of the past and to be better, to just evolve and become better. If we have that, and then we all of a sudden, out of nowhere, have advanced technology that we shouldn't have, just like that, that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's a slight issue. And then magically it disappears and it's never heard from again. And then it pops up like 70 years later. But that's weird. Because that's what canon is. It's basically like what's come before it. So you have to read it like a history book almost. And so when you have things that are out of order in the history book, you have to just imagine that actually happening in real life. And it's not good. It doesn't make sense. Canon needs to flow like it would in real life, like historically kind of speaking, like it makes sense for what came before it. And if something has already come after it, to make sure that it flows in that manner and like a timeline and just make sure that things are going correctly. Because then you'll get fucked up shit and you don't want that. So.
You mean like spaceships traveling on mushroom spores?
Yes, like that. Correct. But canon can't. Oh god. But canon. Fuck. But Captain, canon prevents you from having sonar in space and have a genetic resonance with an element because you were born on a planet made from it. And being able to scream across subspace. Okay. Alright. That made my brain hurt.
Yeah.
I didn't want any of that. Alright.
or acting ability.
Since my customary farewell would appear oddly self-serving, I shall simply say, good luck.
It was great scene. Wonderful scene. Great scene. And it shows also how much he's grown up because he just made a joke. Young Spock wouldn't have TOS made a joke like that.
Probably not, no.
So this is like he has grown. So. Okay, Zachary Quinto, at least act like you know how to make it. That was just limp. It's like limp, like curved, like he's doing the Queen's wave, and the
he's doing the Queen's Vulcan salute.
Yes, this is the Queen. Okay, damn it. We're so close to being done with this.
It's the message of the sometimes contradictory but beautiful message of hope and certainty.
The contradictory message of hope.
The contradictory message of hope and certainty?
Okay.
And humanity's better nature.
And humanity's better nature. What the fuck does that even mean?
The contradictory message of
hope and
certainty in
humanity's like hold
on. Okay.
It's that message of the sometimes contradictory but beautiful message of hope and certainty in humanity's better nature.
Hope and certainty in humanity's better nature. Right.
That is the only thing that matters.
That is the only thing that matters. Okay, so every there's like 4 most important things in here, and like a couple of this is the only thing that matters.
Wait,
I thought diversity mattered. So
I
that
thought seeing the
none of
movie
it
with
mattered?
friends was important.
Did you proofread this, honey?
in this franchise. And Nimoy tells us that it's up to us to
No,
find it for ourselves in
no,
our own way. Not his way, the way of previous generations.
no. You got all of that from him saying "good luck." He said, like, he just said, since my traditional parting is basically this thing that I usually say, which is live long and prosper, is oddly self-serving because you're me, and I would be getting that blessing because I am you but older. Okay, then I'm just gonna tell you good luck. And that was to the franchise as a whole, right? And that was to, I know my Paul's game is excellent, and two, because his character lives on because of this reboot, and
Right.
also just that's Spock would tell himself just like good luck, man. Like don't do anything stupid, but good luck, and
My brain's starting to melt again.
yeah, it's bad. It's not good.
But in our own. So sure, maybe Star Trek 2009 made Trek more accessible in a way that, for you, lost part of what you specifically loved about Star Trek.
Honey, again, I got into Star Trek through this movie. And I look back on it and it's not a good movie. I don't care how much nostalgia this brings to you. I don't care how much you love this and all the warm fuzzy memories of all the great. That is subjective. Okay.
Yeah.
You are asking an objective question. Is Star Trek 2009 really Trek? That is a yes or no objective question. Which, by the way, you still haven't answered if it is by your standards. Which I guess you have said, but you haven't given any points. You just told me a bunch of shit. You got bullied. Here's your themes that you think and my conclusions.
And I went to the movie with my bullies, but
my bully friends.
My bully friends.
Bull friends. They're my bull friends. They're just bulls. I went to the movie with a couple bulls. They became my friends. They like Star Trek.
They were my frenemies, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
But I still think that message is there, both in this film and all of modern Trek. And the fact
Ooh.
Really?
You sure? Okay, hold on.
in our own way. Not his way, the way of previous generations, but in our own. So sure.
Kill the past.
Maybe Star Trek 2009.
Oh God, did she just say?
Forget the past. Kill it if you have to.
Oh God.
Made Trek more accessible in a way that, for you, lost part of what you specifically loved about Star Trek. But I still think that message is there, both in this film and all of modern Trek. And the fact that this movie got more people to hear that message of hope, optimism, diversity. Well,
hope, optimism, and diversity. That is all of Star Trek, guys. That's it. Those are the three pillars of Star Trek. Hope, optimism,
what about good characters?
No, we don't need that.
Space adventure stories.
We don't need that bullshit on this ship. Okay, this is. We don't need that bully shit. On this ship. No. All we need to know is that hope, optimism, and diversity. That's it. That's all we need. I don't need anything else.
That's all Star Trek is, apparently.
Yep, that's it.
For someone who holds that message really close to her heart, I think
good. I've been using the correct pronouns. Okay, excellent. Well done. Yay, me!
This makes this.
That's a cancelable offense. So you have to be careful. So, all right. Good.
Movie. Something special.
Oh no. Oh, she faded into the void.
She into the ether.
Oh no. Save her. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Oh wow, this is like 5 seconds of fucking black screen.
Okay, this
What?
video series might be the longest video I've ever made.
Really? Get on my level.
But I just had to say so much about this film, and I didn't want to.
You didn't say anything.
No, you didn't.
I didn't say shit. Oh look. Oh yeah. Sorry. No. That's part of the diversity. That's still under column 30 of diversity.
Right.
Diversity means no white males.
Oh.
Yeah,
Then
you can have a movie. full
then
of black people.
then I identify as
I'm a golden apple.
I'm ethnically fluid.
I'm.
So
You're both orange and white, so technically you're mixed race.
Orange Fox bad.
Oh no. No. All right. I don't know if there's anything in this. But...
Compromise. But regardless, I hope this video gave you a new perspective on.
Oh.
It didn't give me any perspective.
It gave me nothing. I learned more about your fucking high school and middle school life. Actually, no, 12. Your middle school life than I did anything else. Which, by the way, middle school sucks objectively.
For everybody.
Everyone. It's not good for anybody. And if anybody says it was good, then I have questions. What the hell happened?
This wonderful. And I know I alluded to it, but this.
To be fair, I did not have a horrible middle school experience. I was homeschooled for part of my life.
No, that doesn't count. No, you cheated. That doesn't count. No. Your homeschooling experience doesn't count. No, get out. No.
So I didn't have a horrible middle school experience because I wasn't surrounded by other kids.
Yeah, well, that's what I have to say about that. That's brilliant. Ethically fluid is the new it word. Yeah, it will be. I saw transracial was trending the other day on Twitter.
Oh my god.
It's a bunch of white kids wearing blackface saying, I'm transracial. And I'm hoping it was just a meme, but still. Okay.
If it's on Twitter, I don't put it past anybody.
This video is going to be part of a larger series where I cover each of the Calvin Timeline movies individually.
Oh.
And then a final video that'll take a look at the Calvin Timeline as a whole.
Oh no. Does this mean we're going to have to watch Into Darkness possibly? I don't know. I feel like she and I are just going to agree. Like, both of us are just going to agree.
She does seem to hate that movie.
She hates Into Darkness, so it's like, okay. Like, I don't feel like I don't need to watch that. She can subject herself to that, but I'm not going to watch that.
No.
Because, I bet we agree on that. It's shit. Yeah.
I would put Into Darkness as the single worst thing that ever had Star Trek's name on it.
I don't know. It's... What is worse? Star Trek Discovery or Into Darkness?
Okay, worst film with Star Trek's name on it.
I was like, man, I don't know. I can't answer that one.
Over the coming months when making this video. And those videos probably won't be as long as this one, as this movie was probably the one that I had the most to say about. But that's enough of me. I want to hear what all of you have to say.
Yes. Comment down below and help my interaction.
Let me know what your feelings are about Star Trek 2009. Do you think it's a good Star Trek film? Let me know down in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe to this channel so you don't miss those future.
Please like, share, and subscribe.
Ring that notification bell. Yeah. I remember when favorite used to be a thing they would say too. Is it like, share, like, favorite, what was it? What was the phrase? Remember to like, share, favorite, and subscribe for more daily content. And no, I'm not going daily because that would be awful.
Because that I'm going to talk about Star Trek or geek topics on this channel. And if you want to help make these videos even better, please consider giving to my Patreon page. Every little bit helps me pay the...
Oh, see, I said it.
There's the Patreon.
I told you. Yep, I called it. I was about to say, I was like, why the fuck at 30,000 subscribers are you not getting on that Patreon game? Come on now.
Yeah.
Come on. Some weak YouTube game not getting on Patreon.
The bills, especially right now during our current financial craziness. But regardless of if you subscribe or help me on Patreon, I'm just glad that you stopped by, and I hope that you, as always, live long and prosper.
All right, cool. Yeah.
Okay, you know what? You too.
You too. Yeah. You gave me some good content. I gave you some good therapeutic advice. And you know what? Still not the worst person we've covered. In fact, I think this is still the best person we've covered. Like I said,
Yes,
seems
I
like
would
a
agree.
pretty chill person. I disagree with their views, but yeah. Yeah, no, I don't really have a problem. No,
How is there still a minute left?
I don't know.
Is it-
How
oh,
dare you? How dare you, Chris Persia? How dare you?
Oh, is it going to be like a scroll of like all the Patreon backers?
I don't know, but that's so funny. I didn't think you all got sun in England. I thought it was just a perpetual cloud that just hovered over England for all of eternity. And if you do a good enough dance for the sky gods, you might get a glimmer of blue on occasion.
Well, no, they get sun the same day they brush their teeth. Just like just a few days a year.
I got that right. I just saw some at UK viewers. Oh yeah. Oh look, hey, look, it's the obligatory Patreon scroll. Yeah,
there we go.
It's not in alphabetical order, which drives me crazy.
It might be by tier.
Ma?
Wait,
What?
what the hell is she wearing? Is that like a?
No, it's a sweater. It's command yellow.
Well,
Sweater.
yeah. Is that like a bathrobe or is it like a shirt?
No, it's just a sweater. No,
Okay.
it's like classic. So it's like the classic Star Trek.
Oh yeah, I know that
outfit, but no, it's just a sweater version of it, which I
Okay.
actually kind of like. No, that's Wales. Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. You're not all just one like country. England isn't all of that. Okay.
I thought you were all on like England Street.
Yeah. No. Baker
You know,
Street.
on England. Oh, on.
No, they're all
Okay.
on Baker Street. Come on. Every street in England is Baker Street.
And you live on Buckingham Palace.
Yeah. Interesting choice for your.
Okay. God, those Discovery versions of the classic series uniforms are just hideous. Okay.
We did it! Yay! Woo!
Oh my God. Still definitely the best person we've covered.
Without question. And I think the only reason it took us just as long as it did last time we covered this video is, even though last time's video is like twice as long, is because like half of that video was just Star Trek history, and it doesn't. You're not gonna pause and like analyze that as much as you are her points that she's trying to make.
Right.
So, all right. Well, what do you got going on? Because I'm going to go ahead and just end this because I think both our brains have melted and I've pretty much said everything I want to say. I don't really think there's anything else I could say on this topic.
Yeah. So I'm still working on the first book that we'll be releasing. It's I hope to start putting the videos out because each chapter of the book will be a video, and then we'll put it in a playlist.
Nice. All right.
So
kind of a Dega style. I got you.
Yeah. So we're working on that. We know what the next book that we'll be doing as well, and then after that, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So I hope to have those out by the end of the month.
All right. That's like, oh my goodness, that's 2 weeks away.
Yeah, I know.
I have faith. I have faith that you can do this.
Well, I don't.
Pure faith. Do it. Do it. Get Becky in like drill sergeant mode. Drill sergeant. I have total faith. All right. What do I got going? Tonight, I might kind of be lurking in Echo Base's chat. So, and it's already started because we've been going for over 5 hours. Go ahead and hop on, stay on and hop on over, say hello to the Echo Base guys. Let's see. I on Monday, guess what I'm reviewing with Loki? Guess
WandaVision?
Oh, no, it's even better.
What?
I'm a woman. That's your guess. That's your hint.
Okay.
Oh yes, Batwoman season 2, episode 1. We're reviewing it on Monday. I'm so excited. I'm so excited, guys. You have no idea. Oh, it's gonna be great. Oh, I'm a woman.
And the fact that they have replaced the lead, you don't really need to know what happened in the previous season at all.
And he hasn't watched it at all. I've watched all the EFAT minis multiple times and Jake Longbone's coverage of it. And I'm actually going back and re-watching the EFAT minis in preparation. I'm not going to get to all of it, but like enough that I actually kind of remember what's happening because Alice is still in it.
Right.
Dude, Alice is still in this for some
Yeah,
reason.
the main villain, who's her sister.
Who was the previous Batwoman sister, and that was the only reason. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so that's what I'll be doing. I don't know yet. I might be on the Valkyries WandaVision like review of season 1 and episode 1 and season 2. I don't know that yet. I haven't gotten confirmation, but I might be on that too. So watch out. I work on my days off. like a proper, I guess, American. I work on my days off like a proper American. There you go.
Yeah, and at some point we also need to talk about what next week's show will be.
There at some point, maybe we will, maybe we won't. We don't know. It's always a mystery.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I might be a relatively organized person, but not so much when it comes to streams. So, I'll get on that. I'll definitely try to get on that better. So. Anyway, thank y'all for coming. Oh no. Wait, seriously?
Wow.
No. Oh god. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and peace out here because it's been like 5 hours and 13 minutes, and I need to get food and just generally unmelt my brain.
Yeah.
So, by watching Batwoman, the best way to unmelt your brain, watching Batwoman. So, anyway, y'all have a good night.
CW, that's the best way to, think clearly.
Oh yeah, definitely. You can tell by the enthusiasm in my voice how much I believe that. Anyway, y'all have a good night, and I will see y'all Monday. So, bye.
Right. Bye, everyone.
Bye.